Here we go. Let's see. So we are live, and it says there's nobody there. That's fine. We're here. Hopefully people will be joining us. It's Mio and Joe, and I don't know. I put it out there for a number of people, so hopefully some people will show. See that there's maybe one person that's joined. If you could say hi, that would be great. If you can let us know, say hi and where you're coming in from, that would be great. And also, if you can see and hear us, to be able to.
Yeah, so it's not like a Laurel and Hardy live stream with no sound. Or Charlie Chaplin, I should say.
Oh, okay. That person's gone. We're still. So we're a minute in, and hopefully people will come in. People will join us today. It'll be. So Joe was saying the other day we were just testing and people showed up. So today is sort of the official one that we were testing for. So hopefully people will join us. I see it, or at least on the app, it says there's one person that's with us. If you could let us know who you are, where you're coming in from, and if you can actually hear and see us, that would be really awesome. If you could just let us know whether you can hear and see us, that would be great. Maybe it'll just be you and me. Just you and me, Joe. Let's see. If there's anybody out there?
Is there any? Oh, Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
That's good.
Thank you for joining us. How are you doing out there today? And thank you for letting us know that you could see and hear us. I was just going to test on my end to see how's it going out there today. Hopefully there'll be more folks will join us today. As Joe was just saying, well, before we came on live, he's like, you were testing the other day and people showed up. So hopefully people, otherwise it'll be the three of us. Wired snowflakes. Are they the ones that you posted online that you, I feel like I saw some beautiful stuff that you were doing that that you put out on Twitter, I feel like. Is that, are those the same snowflakes? Or let me just do this, because when people watch it later on, they might be like, what is she talking about? Ah, you haven't posted those. They're with beads. My goodness. I have not a visual creative, I feel like, bone in my body.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Joe is
You've done some of those Instagram pictures with the cats and stuff.
With the cats and stuff.
Like putting arts and stuff. And so they look good.
Oh. Joe's a really talented illustrator. Yes, you are, and it's really too bad that he doesn't do more of it. But between, I think, he and I, he's definitely the creative visual artist. And every time I see that he's like, even when he doodles and things like that, I think like it's pretty amazing. Yeah. How are things out there, Cheryl, today? Well, I I was really nervous actually today, and feeling I don't know like why that is exactly, but I think part of it has to do with the fact that I'm feeling pretty tired. It's um, I can't remember, chemo probably day 5 today. So usually the Wednesday, Thursday of like following chemo are the days that I'm pretty tired in a strange way. And I, in the last couple of days, like my hands have been shaking a little bit and stuff, and that kind of always little stressful. Um, and I was feeling a little bit tired today, and I took a couple of naps and things, and I was like nervous about this live stream, and um, hopefully I'll talk about some things, and maybe um, more people might join. Hopefully, if not, it's it'll be what it is. But Cheryl says, "Cool, cool weather, cool weather up here. You're both looking good. Thank you."
Thank you.
Yeah, it was yesterday was a little bit warmer here. In we were in we I don't know in Fahrenheit, but in Celsius yesterday was about 14 degrees, which is pretty warm. And then today was more like 4 degrees. I don't know if that means anything to you, Cheryl, but today was a little bit cooler than it was yesterday. But it it was nice that we got out a little bit earlier to run some errands and things like that. But that also kind of tired me out.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we hit traffic to do the errands.
Yeah.
And a little bit coming back. So.
Yeah. Yeah. It took a while, and Toronto is a busy city, and more
traffic,
and more feels like and maybe because it's only really recently that we've only had a car, so we didn't really know like what traffic was like during the day and stuff like that, but it's been like today was it was kind of stressful, like being stuck in traffic. But it's I like being out though, because sometimes it feels like I'm stuck downtown and kind of enclosed, and it's nice when we're able to get out a little bit. But yeah, I mean, today is an interesting thing. I was really wanting to talk about pancreatic cancer, because today is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day. And I'm certainly no expert. We're not experts about pancreatic cancer. The only thing that I can maybe say that I'm kind of an expert in is like figuring out how to live with pancreatic cancer, or stage 4 pancreatic cancer, which is what I've been diagnosed with. And so I've always kind of shied away from talking about pancreatic cancer, specifically because like I said, I'm not an expert, and I don't know. I didn't deep dive for myself into um, learning about pancreatic cancer and experiences and so forth, because I really wanted to not get my head too wrapped up in stuff that would worry me, or stress me out or upset me. So I think what I need to know, but because I haven't really educated myself to the extent that I think some people do, I really always felt like I couldn't really talk about it too much. And up to this point, it's been over a year now, and I think last year there definitely wouldn't have been a way for me to have been able to talk about it, because the diagnosis would have been really fresh, and I was still trying to deal with a lot of things, trying to get my head around the diagnosis, what it meant, and all that kind of stuff, and how I was feeling. I had that bile bag that was installed. I was an inpatient in a hospital for 4 or 5 days unexpectedly, and there's a lot of different things that were going on. So I know that last November there was no way, even though there was I knew that November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month, but I wasn't in any place to be able to talk about it up at that point. And so, but this year, I did want to be able to say things about it, or at least talk about my experiences, or at the very least, also say how important it is that that we take care of our health, or just to get screened. Because, you know, as much as when we don't have cancer or we don't have other health challenges in our lives, we don't think that it would be something that will be a part of our lives until it is. And so one of the things that I really did want to talk about, and also put out there, is how important it is to just be on top of things for yourself, especially if there is a family history. The one thing that I kind of talked about on Twitter a little bit, and it might be a little bit confusing, but my father died a few years ago of cancer. Both my parents went back to Japan when I was quite young, 18, 19, something like that. My parents went back to Japan. I grew up here, and I'm an only child, so I didn't really have any family or anything like that here anyway. So this has essentially been on my own since I was like 18, 19. But my parents and I have always been really, really close. I guess there were certain things that we didn't talk about. And one of the things it turns out that we haven't talked about is about health. And specifically also about my father's death. And they decided, so it was a few years ago now. Actually, it was my father. My father decided that he didn't want to let me know that he was ill. And so he was ill for about a year. And it was so interesting because during that year, I would just had like a constant, like weirdly anxious feeling in a way that I've never experienced before. And there was a time that I did speak to him on the phone for a few minutes, and he sounded like he was not feeling well, but I had no idea that he was actually ill and in the hospital, and that he had been diagnosed with cancer. And he had told my mother not to tell me, so they both decided, or like my father really decided, not to tell me. And the first time I found out was when my mother called and to tell me that he had passed away. So until the very end, I didn't know. And my mother was, like I said, I'm the only child. I'm an only child, and my mother was the person who was there for him. And my understanding is that he had refused treatment, and so she was there caregiving for him in the hospital until he passed. And I and like I mentioned, it was a few years ago, and it was difficult to get to learn all of that after the fact, and it took me some time to process it. But and people will have their opinions and their feelings about it, but where I came to with it is that my father made a decision based on, I believe, a very loving place, that he didn't want for me to suffer in a certain kind of a way, and it was his way of trying to not have me experience that. And so that's what I've decided and sort of embraced for myself. I really feel for my mom. I think that it was very traumatizing for her to have gone through it, and to have gone through it on her own. And that also leads me to the experience recently that I only learned recently that probably within the last 2 or 3 weeks, that my father actually had died of a pancreatic cancer. Like his diagnosis is also pancreatic cancer, and I had not known that. And my mother, up until this point, has not been able to talk about it. And so when I did talk to her a little while ago, so a few weeks ago, we talk pretty much every day on the phone, and I've always been trying to get her to talk about it, talk about my father's diagnosis and his cancer, but she's always been rather reluctant to do that, and she would get very, very, very sad. And like I mentioned, I think it was very traumatic for her. So I've always just respected her sort of boundaries around it. But the other day, I just sort of gently pushed and I said, "So can you please just tell me like what kind of cancer it is that he had?" And part of the difficulty is that there's a language barrier. My mother doesn't really speak that much English, and my Japanese is very elementary. um, very it's very like it's childlike in a lot of ways. So there is a communication difficulties, but we do talk about a lot of different things, and we have, especially in this last year, talked about a lot of things that are deeper than what children's like vocabulary is able to talk about. But um, the the illness and the health and the cancer conversation has always been difficult because I don't have the Japanese language, to be able to talk about it in a mature or informed way, really. So when I did ask her the other day and sort of gently pushed, she did confirm that it was pancreatic cancer, which I was really surprised that. I thought it was maybe liver. Like my father's been a heavy drinker. He was a heavy drinker
And smoker too.
and smoker. So I thought like lung or liver or something like that. And so it was actually really surprising that this was actually the case. And so I wanted to share it. I wanted to share this story because I think um, I don't know if anything would have been different if I'd known any different. I guess maybe I could have gotten screened, maybe. But my mother didn't know to tell me, so I guess like the doctors on their end didn't say it. They knew that he had a like my parents had a daughter in Canada and stuff, and I guess nobody on their end said, hey, you should let your daughter know so that she can get screened or whatever. So my mother didn't know about that, and I don't know if she had told me that he had pancreatic cancer, or if I had known in a different way, whether or not I would have thought about getting screened. But there's a lot of things I've been thinking about the last little while. But if anything, I just wanted to share that story because I think that there are difficulties that people have in talking about hard things, and it's important, I think, to talk about hard things because they could be really valuable. And if anything, again, like just to be able to have like family history and things like that, I think could be really go a long way in getting early diagnosis and so forth. So just wanted to share that. I don't know if that's helpful in any way. I'm hoping that it is. I think that sometimes things, you never know what can resonate with people. Um, but like I mentioned, my, my father made a certain decision around not sharing certain things, and I think a lot of people might have like a lot of differing opinions about that. But I'm, um, I'm thankful for um, his attempt to not have me suffer. But it's interesting how things go. But Cheryl is saying, It must have been really hard for your mom to go through. Yeah, I really do believe that, because she would call. So my father didn't want to talk to me on the phone because he was ill, and I think he was in a lot of pain. And so, and I was just like, because my dad was like I like we were we just really understood each other, and I didn't take it um, badly or in a weird way ever if he didn't want to talk to me. I didn't, or anything like that. I just know that sometimes he's like moody. He used to be moody, and so I didn't think that it was because he didn't love me or anything like that. I knew, like, that's the one thing, like, I know about my parents, that they love me just so unconditionally, and I feel so very blessed about that. But my mother was the one who had to really carry all of that, because she's the one that knew. She would call me and we would talk, and she wouldn't let on. And I had no way of knowing, apart from the fact that I just felt like this really weird unease the entire time. Um, it's really hard to explain, but that was something that I experienced during that time. And yeah, so um, yeah, and I think that that's the thing about cancer, I think, or just even like health challenges. You know, we get to a point in our lives where things, and some people, unfortunately, it touches them much earlier than others. But we get to a certain point in our lives where it does become something that is, you know, we know somebody, we know people, we experience it ourselves, and so forth. So, um, yeah, yeah. Um, and so, yeah, so I just wanted to share that again. I don't know. I hope that like, maybe there will be like something that comes out of it, and maybe I'll make another video that's maybe more specific about this too. But I um, yeah, and so in terms of like how I'm doing, I'm, like I mentioned, I am day five of my chemo, and it's a funny thing because I think I, on the outside, like, I look okay. I think I look like I'm doing all right, but sometimes like the fatigue, and um,
You're losing some hair.
oh yeah, I'm losing hair. Yeah. So this is like my second round of chemo. So last year when I was first diagnosed, for the first 6 weeks, I couldn't do chemo because I was jaundiced, and until I was not jaundiced anymore, they couldn't do chemo, and so that took 6 weeks for the jaundice to go away. And then I started chemo in late October, and up until there was about 16 cycles of chemo from then on, every couple of weeks. And probably the fourth, starting the fourth or fifth cycle of the first round of chemo, I started losing hair. And the last time, and I had much longer hair. If you go back to my the YouTube channel and watch a bunch of the earlier videos, you'll see I have like really long hair, and it was before I started losing it. And so first I got a haircut, because I was told that I wasn't going to this particular chemo. You're not really supposed to lose a lot of hair, but I ended up it started coming out around the fourth or fifth cycle, and it came out in big chunks back then. Yeah, and it was because it was longer. It was yeah, and
It's in the drain and
like it's on like my pillow, and like
on the
but
floor and
yeah,
stuff like
and the thing that was, and I'm clearly, you know, not the only person who's experienced this, but just to run my hand through my hair, and then to just look at my hand and see all this hair was it was an interesting time because I didn't know what to do, because the oncologists were like, this, this particular type of chemo, like, you don't really lose hair. And so I wasn't sure whether, well, clearly I was losing hair, but it wasn't all coming out. There was a ton that did. I probably lost about half my hair then, and it's happening again this time around. But at least it's shorter, and it's noticeable to me that I've been losing hair. But probably for most people, you like look at my hair and think it's just short hair. But that's been, yeah, that's something that isn't bothering me as much as it did the last time. It's funny because some people would just say just shave it off, but I really didn't feel that great about myself actually last year when I did really get it super short. So I'm okay to try to see like what happens this time around.
And then you have the new hair growing.
Yeah, it's a little prickly.
Spikies.
So yeah, so that's what's happening. And I think I'll get into some discussions on Twitter sometimes with folks who are experiencing their own journey through like cancer and different diagnoses, different cancers, different stages, different diagnoses, and some people who are on palliative chemo, which means that it's not toward remission, it's to keep alive, really. That's what we're doing. And so it's interesting how I remember there was a person that I was speaking to who was supposed to be, well, and they are an emotional support person that is through a cancer organization here, or cancer support organization here. And he kept saying, it's like, well, if you have 14 cycles scheduled or 13 cycles scheduled, there's only 4 more to go or 5 more to go. And it's like, that's what's scheduled, but it doesn't mean that for me, that's where it ends. For me, it goes until it doesn't work anymore. And the thing about chemo, though, is that it's like, bombing your system with these really hard medication, and it's tough because it's accumulative. It's not something that just resets. The body doesn't reset so quickly every 2 weeks. So every time that there is the chemo that happens, it takes just a little bit. It kind of chips away. And for many people, it gets to a point where it's not tolerable because it is such a wear and tear on the body, or it stops working. So it's a tricky thing. So far, I've been very, 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 very. I feel like, in an unfortunate situation, I feel very fortunate because regardless of my diagnosis, which is a crappy situation, I've been able to tolerate the chemo up to this point. But sometimes on days like this, it can be definitely a little bit definitely challenging because it is tiring and so forth. So I feel like just been rambling a little bit. How are you doing, Cheryl? Again, like, thank you so much for joining us. And I wonder, it's an interesting experience just to be talking about, like, myself and like what I'm going through, and I'm not sure what it might be, how it might be coming across on your end. How is it for me to talk about these things?
It's good.
It's good.
It's important.
Yeah. It's important. Where was my dad? In Japan? Where was he? Or they both my parents went back to Japan when I was quite early. So early on, like probably 18 when I was 18, 19, something like that. So my parents were both in Japan, and so and they had been there for a very long time. Is that what you meant, Cheryl? Or if you could just let me know what you might have meant specifically. Yeah. I feel like I've been rambling on and I'm not even sure if has a meaning.
He probably didn't want you to feel you needed to fly back there. My dad is like that.
Yeah. I think that was a big part of it. Because I think he knew that there wasn't anything that I can do, and I don't think that he I think there's a lot of, I mean, it's hard for me to know exactly what he was thinking. I'm not angry with him. I never was angry with him, but I always since then I've felt as though it was there was a lot. One was me. He was taking care of me, but I think he was also taking care of himself too, because I think that it would have been really difficult for him to see me struggle. I think it sounded like it was really hard for him to also like allow my mother to experience the hardship that she did, and it's almost like it was his way of minimizing sort of like the I don't know, this is a terrible way to put it, but the collateral damage, I guess, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like and I think like Cheryl, you and I like on Twitter a little bit, like we kind of was wondering like whether it's like a cultural thing or a generational thing. I think that there really is a little bit of both there, because I think that culturally there's still, I mean, it's really hard to know, but specifically, I think with Asian cultures, like people, um, don't talk about these kinds of things. I've never. There was an Aquafina movie where the grandmother was ill and no one would tell her that she's ill. So that was sort of like a reverse thing, like that she. So the grandmother was ill, and I think like and nobody wanted to tell her, and and they were, I can't remember, like somewhere in Asia that she was living, and being an American woman, she wanted to tell her grandmother that she was ill, and or yeah, that she is ill, but the family didn't really want to talk about it. So I think that still is something that exists culturally. So yeah, but is it was a bit for me to process, but um, at the end of the day, I feel as though it all came from like his decisions came from a place of love, and I will always be thankful for that, because like I mentioned, like the one thing that I is never ever doubted was how much like my parents love me, and that's a little bit different for like an Asian family. I feel like, and even Japanese families, just to be able to have like the sense of just knowing like that I'm just really truly and completely loved. So that helped, knowing that having that foundation helped me to be able to process my father's decision not to share that with me. But yeah. Yeah. So, well, I wonder if there are any questions that you might have, Cheryl. Thank you again for joining us. I mean, I really appreciate it. And it's funny because the other day it was just sort of like a, hey, we're doing a surprise thing. And we had a few people come by and appreciate the feedback that we got for the testing. And like I mentioned, Cheryl, like I'm so happy and glad that you're here. But I also don't, want to make sure that you're. I don't want to say like you're having a good time. I feel, but I want to make sure that like it feels like it's worth your time to be spending with us today. So
I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
okay.
The cats.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're gonna get Joe's grabbing one of our cats, and this is Sega.
She's grumpy.
She's grumpy. She is super cute, but she's super grumpy. Her name is Sega.
A few weeks ago, I was kissing her and I put my face close to her, and she growls. She's like,
Yeah,
like
like a dog.
and I didn't stop. I just kept on, kissing her. And then next thing I know, like she just swatted me in the nose, and literally, like it was such a deep cut, like blood was just like spilling out of my nose.
Yeah.
And it's healed, but there's like a scar on my nose.
I actually thought it would be worse, to be honest with you. That
Yeah,
scar.
it was
Because
so deep. It
when
must have been like an inch deep, because
Hey,
she does have really sharp nails. Because I was like, holy.
Kiko's here. Yay!
Hey.
Thank you for making it. We're just actually talking about Sega. Can you pull her up again? So she's actually growling right now. You might would have. I don't know if you can hear her growling. So Joe was just talking about the fact that a few weeks ago he was kissing Sega, and Sega started growling. And I always say to Joe, it's like when she starts growling, you should just get away from her. And she just like yoinked, and next thing you know, Joe had like blood like splurting from his nose, and I'm surprised that there
I
is
have a picture of it actually. Let me see if it was a really deep cut. Like I've never, and it hurt too. Like
So quickly, Cheryl was saying, I do enjoy seeing you. I like our Twitter DMs too. I enjoy them too, Cheryl. And thank you again for spending time with us. And Echo saying, no, I can't hear her, but she does look pissed off. And Cheryl's like, free nose piercing. Kind of. Kind of. It was pretty, like, I was trying to keep it cool while I was looking at Joe's nose. I'm like, ooh, that was pretty gnarly. I feel say that'll make a badass scar. It's actually, I mean, it's pretty. Like I thought that it would be much much worse than it is.
Yeah, like
to be
Harrison
honest.
Ford or something on my nose, right?
What does that mean?
Because he has a scar here.
Oh,
from the
okay.
car accident.
Oh, okay.
So I thought there was gonna. Let me just see.
So, well, Joe actually looks for the picture of him getting scarred by our cat Sega. We had a giveaway the other day that we had talked about. So, the Fraggle Rocks one was a complete series, and one person actually wanted to get that. So he's not in here today, but Quote Vlogs, he put his hand up for that. So we have Fraggle Rocks that is coming to Quote Vlogs. But for the Tron 20th anniversary collector's edition, we had a couple of people put their um, uh, submissions in for that. Cheryl, yeah, you're one of them, and James was the other. Cheryl, you picked from number 50 to 100. You picked 71, and James picked 76. So we're just gonna do a random number generation just to see who will get the Tron DVD. So I have it here. If you could, you probably can't see it. But anyway, so I have it from minimum 50, maximum 100. I'm going to generate a number, and the number is 98. So Cheryl, I'm sorry. James had 76, so he had upped you by 5. But since you're here, if we have a couple of other things that we had like lined up to give away, so maybe you could just let me know if any of these things are of interest to you, and I'd be more than happy just to send it out your way. So we have 3 things. The first thing that we had was the Flight of the Conchords complete first edition DVD set. First season. If you're interested in that, please let me know. Or we have, and I don't know if you are a Rolling Stones fan, we have this sticker that we got from a Rolling Stones exhibition, as well as a couple of guitar picks from the drummer of Kiss. And it's actually, they're signed by Eric Singer.
Well, it's signed but printed.
Oh, okay, but it's from him.
It actually came from his house. It's kind of a funny story. We found some YouTube channel, and it was about this musician in Los Angeles who was leaving LA, and one of his friends was Eric Singer. And Eric Singer, because it was during the pandemic and stuff, was at home, and he would just come on during this live stream because this guy was trying to get a YouTube channel together, and I guess he was trying to help him earn some money from moving from LA to wherever he was going.
Washington State, actually, Cheryl.
So he had all this Kiss stuff, and they did like an auction during this live stream. So we ended up, getting these picks.
And it's from Eric Singer.
It's from his house. It's like, I don't know.
It's an official, like,
Kiss brand. Yeah, like it's so on the road. Like on the road.
2019.
29. Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Yeah, so it's End of the Road Tour.
Oh.
So, which I guess got delayed during the pandemic.
It got cut short.
Yeah, so it's going to continue, but I guess I don't know why a drummer would have picks, but I guess they just made them because they throw them out to the audience and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, but the thing is, we stumbled upon this YouTuber who is friends with Eric Singer, who is the current drummer for.
He's been the drummer of Kiss for like over 20 years. So.
Yeah. And so, he would they would do like these live streams, and he would hop on. So it would definitely be like more like they had more celebrity power than we do. It's just the 2 of us. But so we have a couple of these pics alongside the Rolling Stone sticker that we can send you.
Yeah. And this was a great exhibit. Like if this ever comes to your town, because it does tour around. It was so good to see. You see artifacts from the Rolling Stones. You actually see the original Polaroids that Andy Warhol took for the Sticky Fingers album of the
I don't remember
the crotch.
That.
Yeah. So you see a whole bunch of those, and it was really cool. You saw their guitars and Mick Jagger's
The
costume.
costumes, a lot of their costumes, and you could see how skinny Mick
Yeah,
Jagger is. Holy
yeah. And
cow.
they actually had a thing of their flat in 1962 where
Like a
Mick,
recreation.
Keith, and Brian Jones all lived. So you could walk through that, and it was just like a total pigsty, right?
Yeah.
But it was kind of cool to see, like that, what it
Yeah.
would have been.
Where their start would have
Well,
been.
yeah, like they were all rooming together and playing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, um, bars and stuff like that. So.
Mm-hmm. So Akio was asking, how did you get those? So I hope that we answered that,
The pick?
and yeah, the
Yeah.
picks. I think hopefully we answered that. But if you're asking about something specific outside of that, please let me know, and we'll answer it. And you were saying, I think he can play guitar too. Are we talking about
Eric Singer?
Eric Singer?
Yeah, he can.
He's very like
Yeah,
he's very talented.
yeah,
I
he
think.
was when we saw them um, a few years back, his drumming, like he's a fantastic drummer. I
Mm.
actually think I mean, the one thing about Kiss, the original drummer Peter Criss is an awful drummer. Like he was never good, and um, that's why they got rid of him. But even the guy who replaced him, Eric Carr, he was a good drummer. But I actually think Eric Singer is like the best.
Mm. And I'm not a Kiss fan,
No, you're not.
but I've seen Kiss a couple of times now with Joe, and anytime he does like a drum solo. I mean, it is pretty
Mm-hmm.
impressive.
Yeah,
Um,
and they're nice. He seems like a nice guy.
mm,
Just during those live streams, like how he came on,
mm-hmm.
and that's what a lot of people say. The two guys who've replaced Ace Frehley and Peter Criss, they're actually nice guys. It's like a gig to them.
Mm.
So they get a lot of shit, I think, from um, fans saying, "Oh, you're just imitating
Right, the two
the
original
two original
guys.
guys." But you know, he's been in the band when they didn't have makeup, right?
Yeah,
So
and probably even longer at this
yeah,
point
yeah,
than
Ace
the
Frehley and
original
Peter Criss, yeah.
guys.
So.
Um, so Denise is on, and hopefully she's maybe still on. She said, "Snoopy love."
Mm-hmm.
Denise has always been a supporter of us, and specifically around our love of Snoopy. Just got home yesterday. I know she was visiting her grandson, I believe. Just got home yesterday. Just wanted to send my love and support to you. Thank you so much, Denise, and thank you for your continued support, and thank you for coming on. You had a chance, and I hope you got home safely. It sounds like you did. Um, Cheryl is saying, "I'm in love with McCartney's drummer."
Mm.
Who's McCartney's drummer?
I don't know his name, but
Our joke with McCartney's band is that he has a guitarist that looks like Joe's friend Mark, and
the blonde guy.
the blonde guy.
It's been with
Brian,
him
I
for a
think it's
long
like
time.
Brian. He's actually pretty active on Twitter. Like he's very, he's very liberal. I think I follow him, but it's funny because he does look like. And here is Kudo. This is the cat that's obsessed with Joe. I think um, mutually obsessed. You cutie. Look at you though. You do look cute on camera. But yeah, who is McCartney's drummer? And can you tell us more about your obsession with McCartney's drummer,
Yeah,
Cheryl?
yeah. I know what he looks like. Like he's.
Oh, she says I don't know his name, but he's so animated. Hmm. Cutie, Kudo is dark. Yes, she is. She's a dark soul.
No, she's not. She's like Mordor. No.
So Cheryl, like I mentioned, I do want to give you a choice here. So there was that DVD of the Flight of the Conchords. There was the exhibitionism with the 2 guitar picks, and also there is this paper. So this is from actually Kyoto, from the museum there, and it's a paper holder thing, like, so you can actually hold and like papers and things like that in there. It's, I guess, like A4 size, or the Japanese size that's a little bit different.
Or legal size.
Legal size, maybe. Yeah. And it has a dragon on it. And like I mentioned, it's from the Kyoto. Well, and the cat's trying to eat it. So if there's any of one of those 3 things that you would like, please let me know, and I'd be more than happy to have it sent your way. Akiko says, Abe Laboriel. Oh, I totally slaughtered that. Junior is the drummer for McCartney. Is that who Abe is? McCartney's drummer.
Oh, Abe.
Oh, Abe.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Abe?
I know. Familiar with him. In the name Abe. I don't know what his last name is.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys, like people like McCartney, would have the best folks.
Yeah, he's not going to have. Actually, you know what's interesting? Just because we're talking about drumming, I was watching this YouTube channel, and this guy just like talks about music of the '60s, breaks down. So he was talking about Pete Best, who was the Beatles' original drummer, and basically he got turfed out of the band, and Ringo Starr replaced him because he was not a good drummer. But he said, "Oh, that's bullshit. I don't know why they, um, kicked me out, and there was jealousy and all this kind of stuff." But this guy who has this channel basically said that all these like 3 different producers, when they did demo tapes, said he can't keep time, and you actually hear it like on the Beatles anthology. There's a version of Love Me Do with Pete Best playing drums, and it's like behind. So so George Martin, the Decca producer, and somebody else said, yeah, like we're not going to use him on the session. He can't keep time, and that's why he got kicked out of the Beatles. So he wasn't a good drummer, and you can actually hear it too if you listen to his drumming. Like even current, like he tours around with his band, he's like behind all
this time, and he still hasn't figured out.
Yeah, and he just says, "Oh, because I was people liked me the best or whatever." So,
I'm Pete Best. People like me the best. Wow. Because what's the story that he tells about being kicked out?
Because his mother owned a nightclub. Basically, the Beatles didn't have a drummer when they first started, and they would just do gigs and say, "Oh." They would go, "Where's the drummer?" And they're like, "Oh, the rhythms and the guitars, right?" But a drum kit was very expensive. So basically, they got to play the Star Club in Hamburg, Germany, and they needed the drummer. So they heard about Pete Best
with a drum kit.
With a drum kit, so they just took him along,
right?
Because they needed a drummer. But yeah, he's actually very bad. I mean, from the few clips I saw on YouTube, it's him with another drummer, and it's like he can't do any rolls or fills or anything. So he just can keep a beat, but
not
for a drummer. You need
more than that.
You need more than that.
Yeah, especially for a band like
Charlie
the
Watts.
Yeah.
Like you need a steady drummer. He can't be behind. Right?
So Cheryl says, thank you so much. One of the guitar picks would be awesome. Easy to mail to, but wait for my DM. Okay.
Okay.
Are you sure you also like the sticker? I don't know if you're a Stones fan, but we'd be more than happy to send you that as well. You can always let me know. And Kiko's right. Kudo loves Joe. Kudo is right now
She's
just
on my lap.
settled in, ignoring me to her butt to me, and they are looking lovingly at each other as they always do. And I know that I saw that Cheryl was saying, I just Googled images and that's him. Kiko, you're amazing. Kiko is amazing. So, and Kiko agrees. um, and Cheryl says he was a drummer in the O2 back in the US concert we went to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm still like, I would really still like to see McCartney. And we've talked about the last time the documentary that's going to be released on Get Back. I think the last time I didn't know what the name of the documentary is going to be, but I think it's going to be 6 hours of Beatles stuff.
Yeah, the footage looks incredible. Like it, I mean, because they shot it on film in 1969, so they cleaned it up. But it's crazy how this 50-year-old footage, how clean it looks. Like, and I know Peter Jackson did that. He did a film documentary, I guess, on World War I or something, where he took all that footage, cleaned it up in color. It's crazy, like it's 100 years old, and it's so clear looking, and it's like this is World War I, and you see these guys in the trenches, and you can see the dirt in between their teeth and stuff like that.
Wow, it's pretty
It's
incredible.
on I think it's on Prime or Netflix or something. It's called
Amazon.
They Won't Grow Old or something. I think it's called.
And it's a Peter Jackson thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he took all this footage from World War I and cleaned it up, and it's pretty amazing.
No, that is amazing. Cheryl says, I'm more of a Stones fan than Kiss. Thank you.
That's funny. Yes.
But that said, though, I have to seen the Stones, and they were very impressive. I mean, when was it? Like the last 10 years, probably.
Yeah. So that would have been a Bigger Bang tour. So that was 2008 or something like that, or 2007. Or I've seen them like 4 times. I've seen them 1989 twice, Steel Wheels, and then I saw them in '94, which was Voodoo Lounge, and I saw them with you. Bang.
Yeah, and it was really impressive. I mean, I was a little concerned for Mick. Like he's like the way that he moves around. I'm just sort of like, are you gonna be okay? Have a seat.
Sit down.
Maybe to take it easy a little bit. But I mean, really impressive for sure. I mean, they certainly put a lot of there's a lot of budget in that. But also Kiss puts on a pretty crazy show too. We saw the end of the road tour in Montreal actually a few years ago, and had some pretty decent seats for that, right?
Yeah,
remember?
Yeah. And we saw the one a few years back where we saw them at Ontario Place, where they were on top of a giant spider and they came down.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Right. Yeah. So so I'm happy, Cheryl, to be able to send you the pic and the sticker from Exhibitionism, and we're actually going to see another Rolling Stones exhibit thing that actually is opening up in Kitchener. I don't know if it's already open or because they delayed it. So last year it was a Christmas present for Joe, because I wasn't sure. It was an interesting sort of experience, and I think I might have talked about it in a different thing, but you know, I wasn't sure if like how, like last year at this time or around Christmas, I wasn't sure if I would be around or what kind of condition I would be in, but just decided, okay, well, if this exhibit's coming on once they're able to open it or whatever, it'll be kind of an interesting thing to plan for. And really happy that we're going to be going in the next few weeks, and that I'm yeah, like good. We're good to go.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing too is there's a exhibit of Ron Wood's artwork because he's an artist. So he does a lot of portraits and stuff of rock stars and the Stones. And
yeah, so they added that to whatever this
thing is.
Yeah, in Kitchener. That. I wonder if it's going to be the same thing.
It might be, yeah.
It
might be.
Yeah,
maybe they might.
They're calling it different.
Pieces.
So the thing that we saw was called exhibitionism. The thing that we're going to see in the next few weeks is called unzipped. So it might be the same thing, might not be. We'll see, but it'll be interesting to see. And then on top of that, like Joe was just mentioning, they added some of like Ron Woods's, I guess, original artwork as part of the exhibit that we're actually going to see as well. So I'm happy to know that we'll be able to go and see it, and I'll be able to experience it, and we'll be able to experience it together.
Yeah. That should be fun.
It's pretty cool. I had someone text me saying I think that they were gonna try to make it.
There's 3 people here.
Yeah. I think it's Catherine. She's on her way home, she mentioned. So I see and somebody just logged on. If you'd just like to
say hello.
Hello, that would be great.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, Sloan. Hi. Thank you for joining us. Yep. I think I'll be okay for the Kitchener trip. It's a couple of hours from here. I don't know exactly how far Kitchener is from Toronto, but and it's such a strange place for them to do the exhibit, I guess. But that's sort of how it rolls. So, but yeah, like it'll be a bit of a mini road trip, and yeah, like so. I think I'm looking forward to it for sure. And Sloan just came on, and Sloan is in New Zealand, which is really cool. And thank you for
these guys.
Yeah.
Great.
And Jermaine. And so it says, hi, someone had the audacity to call me at work during work hours. Honestly, what are they thinking, calling you during work hours? How are you doing today, Sloan? Yeah, so we were just talking about bands, and somehow, for some reason, we because I was saying to Cheryl that it had a couple of giveaways, and we're going to be sending her this pick, this Kiss pick
from Eric Singer.
Eric Singer, who's the drummer for Kiss.
Into the Road. This came from his house, by the way. It did. Yeah.
I know. Joe's so impressed by that. It's so funny. And then we also were just talking about how there's going to be an exhibit, a Rolling Stones exhibit in Kitchener that we're going to be going to in the next few weeks, and yeah, so that should actually be fun. And I was wondering, Sloan, if you would be because I was showing a few things that we were doing as a giveaway. I have this it's a paper holder thing, and it's from the Kyoto. Oh, she has more calls. So once she's back, I'll show it to her again and see if she might be interested in having that. It might make for a nice uh, home in New Zealand. It would be really cool. But yeah, so we have the giveaways that we did. I don't know if Akiko's still here. Akiko, are you seeing anything that you might be interested in? Because I'd be more than happy to to hand it over. I don't even have to mail it to you. I also have another paper holder thing too. I could maybe show you. Maybe you might be interested in that. But yeah, like outside of that, um, the health update. I gave some of that. Yeah. So Kiko, you're still here. Is there anything like that you've seen that you might be interested in? Would you like a guitar pick? Or a paper holder from the Kyoto museum? You can let me know. But also, like, one of the things that I wanted to kind of put out there is my my mission. I think it feels like now, in with what's going on with me, with my diagnosis and everything like that. Kiko says she'll take a guitar pick. So we have takers for the guitar pick, the sticker, and the other guitar pick too. That's cool, right? The guitar pick. Are you gonna say it one more time? It came from his house. um,
They're thick too.
yeah, it's not. They didn't. They didn't skimp.
No, they didn't skimp. Actually, it's funny because when we went to um, Kiss mini golf,
Yeah.
which was a lot of fun.
It's like a glow in the dark mini golf thing.
Yeah, and they played Kiss music
really loud.
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun. But the gift shop, they had a whole bunch of different things there, and like the one thing was they had, remember, you know where I'm going.
Yes, I think I do.
Yeah, so they had air guitar strings. So it was just an empty plastic bag, and it was like $5
They
or
were
something.
trying to sell this thing.
Yeah, they were trying to sell like
an empty
air.
bag. It was an air guitar. Yeah, like Kiss air guitar strings. And it was like like $5 or something.
I know,
like
it was crazy.
It might have even been like 10 potentially.
Right.
It was like, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. I actually have a picture of it somewhere because I'm like, I mean, Kiss is known to try to make money
on anything
and anything, but air, like literal air, or at least like a plastic bag. Like and it's like a plastic bag that's like 2x2 or some crazy thing like that.
I can't even remember if, I don't think I purchased anything at the gift shop because it was pretty expensive.
Yeah,
like,
I thought you did buy something.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I didn't buy air.
No, I wouldn't have let you buy air.
That's crazy.
That was so crazy. That was yeah. And we were both like aghast. We're like, this is that's out of control. Mm-hmm. That's totally unacceptable. Yeah. But yeah, we've done some Kiss stuff apparently. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun though. I mean,
the mini golf.
Yeah, I think they should have one in Niagara Falls or something like that.
I don't know.
No. Or like another band too. You could do like a Rolling Stones mini golf or Beatles mini golf, and have all the sort of props and guitars and stuff like that. And
I'm sure, yeah, there are some bands that would have enough of like memorabilia and stuff like that that would be interesting to put something like that
Yeah, because the
together.
the museum part was
Yeah,
actually really cool too.
yeah,
Because they had records and was it Eric Carr's Porsche
yeah.
that
That
Kiss
they,
gave him when
yeah,
he joined the
joined the band.
band, and the door from the Elder, if you know that album.
Mm. I think clearly though you're the Kiss
Yeah,
guy
no, I'm
and
the Kiss guy,
the Kiss guy
and
in the
you
room
know
here.
I know Kiss, like, you know, there's no in between. People love them or they hate them. Like, it's
Hmm.
just no one's like, oh, I kind of like them, or
I
it's
don't
like love
know.
them or hate them. That's
I don't
that's
know.
pretty
I think
much it.
some people are at this point anyway. Maybe there was a point where people were much more specific about Kiss,
Mm-hmm.
but I think at this point people are a little bit less.
There's a
So,
bunch of
but I just want
comments.
to, yeah. Sorry, Joe was like, "Hush now, like read everybody's comments." So I feel it's like I think that's something on Boss Baby, right?
Selling
Selling
Air.
Air.
Well, they copied
They yeah,
Kiss,
maybe they
so
got it from Kiss. It's like somebody maybe like showed up to the Kiss gift store and they're like, oh, they're actually trying to sell air. That is crazy. And so I was saying, oh my God, so sorry, work again, the consequences of being 14 hours ahead. Well, you're the fact that you're joining us, I really appreciate that.
thank you.
So thank you. Like even while you're working, so thanks. And Cheryl saying, those will go on my eclectic signed collection wall of Herman's Hermits,
Mm,
Chad and Jeremy, and Craig David. Now,
mm.
Chad and Jeremy, I'm not familiar
I
with.
am. The British Invasion. They're like a duo. Um, was it Summer Song? It's on the. I think that was the World Without Love. They did that. The Summer Song, which is on the Rushmore soundtrack, I
Oh,
believe.
okay. And Craig David. Now, why does Craig David sound familiar?
I don't know,
I
Craig
feel like
David.
Craig David is somebody from the 90s, but I probably am off on that, Cheryl. You could let us know. But she has a wall. She has a collection wall.
There you go.
Our collection wall is of these guys,
Yeah.
and that's not even all of them, believe it or not. Um, Slova was saying, "Didn't know you were such a rock and roller." I don't know. Am I a rock and?
You know what? She's seen. I've seen a few concerts, like when I was younger and stuff. You've seen a lot. I mean, you've gone to a lot of concerts, like in small venues, and I mean, we've seen concerts together.
Yeah.
Like Duran was
Mm-hmm.
awesome.
That was fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Well,
but
it's made it sound like we've only seen one concert
no,
together.
no. But I mean,
Duran Duran.
no, we saw REM, we
Yeah.
saw Duran
Yeah.
Duran, we saw the Rolling
Yeah.
Stones,
We've seen
we
Kiss.
saw Kiss,
Yeah.
U2,
Yeah.
Coldplay.
Yeah.
Trying to think what else. Brian Wilson,
Killers.
The Killers were
They were
great.
amazing.
Brian Wilson.
Uh huh.
We also saw Katie Lang, who was going
Oh
down the
yeah, just down
street
the street.
during
Mm-hmm.
what was that, Canada Day or something?
Yeah, or something
Yeah,
like
that was
that.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Platinum Blonde.
Yeah.
That was at the 100th anniversary of the
And then
Grey
Grey
Cup.
Cup
They played outside on Front
on Front
Street.
Street, like there was like
It was
3 people.
freezing.
Yeah.
It was like 100 below zero or something crazy like that.
That's
It was
funny.
so cold.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm so much a rock and roller, but I have seen quite a few
Yeah,
concerts for
you've seen a
sure.
lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard like when I was younger. I saw a lot of concerts. And I really enjoy music quite a bit.
And you kept all the ticket stubs
I
too.
have a lot of the ticket stubs.
You saw REM a bunch.
I've seen REM a ton of times. They're one of my favorite groups. In Excess, I've seen. I saw with Michael Hutchence, but I also saw with JD Fortune.
You went backstage.
I went backstage for that. That was weird. And yeah, I like a bunch of
Weezer.
Weezer. I've seen
They
Weezer.
sucked.
When I saw them, they're
Didn't suck.
known to be either on or off. given how what's his face is feeling on any given night. I've seen Beck a bunch of times. I've seen Crowded House a bunch of times. Yeah, I mean, and we've also seen a lot of stand up. You and I too, stand up comedian.
Oh yeah, we have.
Yeah. But Cheryl's saying Summer Song is right.
Yeah, right. So you know.
Yeah. And Cheryl's saying, I escorted Craig David at the airport, has a signed CD. Music is pretty good. Yeah, so he is a musician from the 90s. I feel like I have a couple of his songs.
Like Edwin Collins? Do you remember that guy?
I feel like he's like kind of like Nina Cherry a little bit, like that guy. Anyway, so Cheryl, like I'm curious because like you've escorted. I guess maybe you had a position where you were escorting people, because she also escorted Ichiro.
Oh wow!
At the airport
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, Cheryl, did you hear that he's being inducted into the Mariners Hall of Fame? Ichiro is. That's exciting. It is exciting for me anyway. Joe, Willow weep for me. Yesterday's gone. Does that?
Joe Willow for me. Oh, was that Chad and Jeremy? Or Craig David? No, I'm almost saying Daniel Craig because it sounds so similar.
Because also Joe is obsessed with.
I'm a big James Bond
fan. No, I'm pretty sure Craig David is a pop musician from the 90s, I want to say, or the 2000s. Yeah. Sloan saying, have you ever gone to a Japanese concert, either a Japanese band or in Japan? I have not. But I think that it would be crazy because Japanese people, they have a way at like concerts and things like that where they're very coordinated, especially for Japanese acts. They have all these like choreographed. I was watching something online the other day about K-pop and how it's been such there's like what a phenomena K-pop is, but all the choreography and all that kind of stuff. But it's also J-pop has been a big thing for a very, very long time, and it's the same thing. Like there are these choreographed dances, and even like little acts. Remember when we were in Osaka, and there were like these people in Dotonbori, where there's like these kind of like older men, kind of creepy. They know like these dances of like these younger pop stars, and they all like dance along to it and stuff like that.
Well, that happened in Tower Records in Japan. Remember, we went and I walked in, and it was like a few floors. And I walked in, and then there was all these like this girl group, and they were all in their bras. It was really weird. And then there like all these old Japanese men, like it was some sort of concert or promotion or something, but I was just like, what the hell did I walk into? Like,
you're one of those.
I walked in and I'm like, what's going on here? There's like
yeah, and you're the one like gaijin guy who's like, I'm here. But no, but that said though, I think that there's a different kind of like energy and enthusiasm like Japanese audiences bring to like even the baseball, for instance.
Baseball.
And concerts and things like that. So it's pretty amazing. I will say one thing. I was talking about my dad earlier. And this is a story that I want to like talk about because I think it's really cool. I don't even know 100% if I believe it, but I'm told that it's actually true, 100% true, which is that when the Beatles went to Japan, I don't know when that would have been, 60.
It would have been probably 65 or 66.
So my dad was working for the Tokyo Hilton. Actually, both my parents were working at the Hilton at the time, and my father knew enough English, and he was, I guess, like one of the one of the senior people on staff, who was one of the people who would take care of VIP folks. And my parents, and I don't know why they would lie about this, but so I think it's true, but there's no real way of like being able to completely confirm it. But my dad, both my parents say that he was like the personal butler for the Beatles while they were in Japan, when they played Japan in 66. And my understanding is that he got a few things signed and gave them away. So he had autographed Beatles stuff, and he gave them away. And but what he tells me is that they were practicing "Girl," the song "Girl" that the Beatles have. So I always, whenever I hear "Girl," I think about my dad and the fact that he was their personal butler while he was they were in Japan. And so technically speaking, if we're talking about the Kevin Bacon, what is it? However many. What's that Kevin Bacon thing? Where it's like, however many people you're removed.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Is it 6 degrees?
Yeah.
So I'm technically like 2 degrees from Beatles, which I think is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So Cheryl saying, we're talking about Ichiro here. He's surely going into the Hall of Fame too, for sure. Yeah, I think. Oh, definitely he is. And it'll
should be 100%.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's.
But I mean, but Jeter wasn't, which is weird.
Yeah, but I mean, look at
Rivera.
He should be 100% for the amount of hits he got in the time he played. So, he would have he probably would have broken Pete Rose's all-time hit record if he didn't lose those like 10 or 15 years. I mean, obviously he had to play Japanese baseball, but he would have smashed it because he was getting 200 hits, I think 12 seasons in a row, which is really hard to do. Really, really hard to do.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, he's definitely first ballot.
Yeah, for sure.
Whether he's able to do the 100% or not,
he should be. I mean, that's crazy to go. Oh, no, he's not. Like,
yeah.
There's always some writer who, I don't like him.
Or he doesn't need it. I think it's sort of the thing that happened. Maybe it's interesting I think Jeter should have been 100%.
For sure.
And it's interesting. It'd be interesting to know what maybe. I don't know if it'll be possible to know what that one person who didn't vote for Jeter was thinking when didn't vote for him, but to vote for Mariano Rivera, who is a closer at 100%, doesn't play every day. I mean, he was lights out and everything like that. But if he's going to get 100%, like, why wouldn't you do Jeter?
Yeah.
But like hopefully Ichiro will also get in 100%. But I think the fact that he's actually going into the Mariners Hall of Fame is pretty cool. So back to the comments. So was saying, "Wow, that's so amazing." I think you're talking about my parents' story. It is kind of fun. And Cheryl says, "Wow," too. And Cheryl does confirm that it is 6 degrees of separation. Sloan saw Paul McCartney in Toronto.
Oh yeah, when 89? That's when I saw him.
It would probably be later than that.
Later? Okay.
I would imagine. Sloan would be able to confirm that, but I think it would be much later than that.
I saw him at Maple Leaf Gardens and the Beatles.
Yeah. What? Maple Leaf Gardens, the Beatles?
Well, they played Maple Leaf Gardens.
But you didn't.
No, I wasn't even born then.
I was like, what's happening here?
But years ago, I bought these, I think was at a record show or that. There were these black and white 8x10 photos of the Beatles at Maple Leaf Gardens, and you can see them at the press conference. And there was a 1050 chum thing on the micro. And George Harrison had a pack of DeMaurier cigarettes in his pocket. So I think it was like 1965. But it was kind of cool to see. Like it wasn't. They did it in a really weird way. They had it like at them at the side,
right,
the stage.
yeah, huh.
But I've heard people, older people, who went to that concert and they said you couldn't hear anything.
Right.
It was just screaming.
Right,
So,
right. You hear all the girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Cheryl says, did I ever tell you in the 262 and my Twitter handle is for Ichiro's record number of hits? I think you might have. But that is really cool. And he definitely should be in the Hall of Fame. And when would that be?
What?
Ichiro. Probably another 2 or 3 years.
No, maybe next.
I don't think it's
year?
next year. I think it's another couple of years still.
It's 5 years after you retire.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, but maybe it's getting there, right?
Yeah, because Jeter just. So that would have been
Jeter
2 years
was
ago.
2 years ago.
But they just had the ceremony just recently because of COVID. But
yeah, baseball is non-existent in New Zealand. I wonder what would be like. Is it? This is so terrible. Like something like cricket or something like that. What would be the sport in New Zealand? What would hobbits play?
With the ring.
What would be like the national sport of hobbits? Oh, you know what would be funny though? If they ever you kind of like think about like Lord of the Rings characters. What do they do when they're not like Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Like what do they do in their leisure time? Like
they
what's
drank,
this?
Hobbits drank.
they drink.
They drank. They root around in gardens, and
they probably have like something to do with like some kind of sport that goes over nets. There's always like nets involved
right.
in some like leisurely sports and things like that. But I would be curious to know what like even like orcs. What do they do in their spare time? Who knows? Cheryl's saying I can't believe Edwin Martinez barely made it into the Hall of Fame.
Because he was a DH, that's why.
Well, so tonight, of course, Ohtani won the MVP for the American League.
Yep.
And I think they were saying he's the first DH potentially to have won MVP. But of course, he's not just a DH.
Yeah, he's a pitcher as well.
Yeah. But I thought that was an interesting thing, like that they would kind of like throw him into the DH because that's I guess.
Yeah, I guess he would. Yeah, because he wouldn't be.
He's not a position player. His position would have been DH.
Yeah, DH.
So he was a DH and pitcher, and it'd be. I mean, I wonder how many of these kind of seasons Ohtani would need to have in order to be like a Hall of Fame contender.
He would probably need some more numbers, more hits, more home runs. But I don't like my thing with him is how long can he keep doing this, like pitching and hitting?
Yeah.
Because you can blow your arm out pitching,
and
even Babe Ruth did that, but then eventually said, you know what, I'm just going to concentrate on hitting. So,
and I don't think Babe Ruth did it. Like I don't think he did more than one season.
No, he did 2 seasons.
Oh, he
I
did.
think 2 or 3 seasons pitching and hitting, but he was younger too.
Right, but he was also not pitching 100.
Yeah, he probably wasn't and they were putting spit and whatever on the ball.
Well, they definitely wouldn't have. Like I don't think back then there was anybody pitching 100.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's interesting. I think they're probably not, but
No.
maybe the odd guy would pitch 100. I don't know.
Mm.
Have to look that up.
So I see you saying, haha, no, Joe.
But
I wonder what that was in context too.
no, Joe. Oh wait.
No,
Oh,
Joe.
Paul McCartney. Oh, in
Oh, no, you died.
1989.
No.
When did you see him?
It wasn't in
The
89.
2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I camped out for that too. Actually, it's
the
funny.
Paul McCartney?
To get tickets. You know, me and my friend. So it's
Mm-hmm. Which friend?
Roger.
Uh-huh.
So it's funny to walk by there because there was nothing there. Actually, there was nothing around the Rogers Center.
Oh, was it the Rogers Center?
Yeah, which is not a great place for concerts, but
it's better now.
It
is. It's better now. They've done some sound stuff inside because before the dome would just like suck up all the sound and you couldn't really hear anything, especially if you were up above the 100s or the 200s. All the sound would just get sucked right into the dome and you wouldn't be able to hear anything. But they've made it the acoustics a lot better, so that it's a lot better to be able to see concerts at the dome now. But Sloan, I think I wanted to show you this paper holder thing that is from the Kyoto Museum, and there's a dragon on it, and I was wondering if you're interested in having it, and you just like kind of like throw your papers in and stuff like that. This is the paper holder, but if this is something of interest to you, please let me know and send me your address, and I'll have it sent out to you. I appreciate you showing up and hanging out with us, even though I think you're still working. But let us know. Yeah, so I did get a message from someone, Catherine, saying that she's on her way home and she's going to try to come on. So we'll stay on for a little bit longer. But does anybody have any questions for Joe and I? Joe can answer a lot of questions in regards to music, especially more the classic stuff, classic rock stuff. I could probably answer music questions or have opinions about music stuff. Some classic rock, definitely Beatles stuff, and stuff from the 80s onward. I probably can have some commentary or some knowledge about those things. Joe is also yeah, like he's a big vinyl guy, so he has a lot of knowledge about vinyl, and classic gaming, even contemporary gaming as well. And what other things? James Bond stuff.
Yeah,
big James Bond fan. I could talk a lot about food and a lot of other things, but also too, today is World Pan-Can Awareness Day, and if anyone has any specific questions about my diagnosis or how I'm doing, or anything like that, I'd be more than happy to answer that as well.
I'll be back.
Joe will be back. So Sloan, yeah, let me know whether or not that, I don't know if you saw it. Oh, Sloan said, oh, missed a bunch. Holy crap. Sloan said it was in the 2000s that she saw Paul McCartney. 2025, I'm assuming that is when Ichiro will be probably inducted into the Hall of Fame. I think that'll be really cool. And what is All Blacks? Rugby All Blacks. Is All Blacks a team? But Akiko got it right. Actually, you always know all sorts of stuff. Um, so true. New Zealand. And someone says it's just something for me too. Catherine's here. Hello, Catherine. Oh, there's a cat doing something strange, Joe. Hi, Joe. Catherine's here. Thank you for joining us, Catherine. Oh, the All Blacks is the national team. Joe is coming back with vinyl.
No, it's actually not a vinyl. But...
Oh, it's not. Okay. So who do they play? Oh, it says that the screen froze.
No.
Hurry.
What are your cats' names?
Can you let us know whether or not you can still see us?
Screen froze. Oh, wait. There's two.
Okay.
We're back.
We're back.
What are our cats' names?
Hang on one sec. Let's we're trying to sort this, a few things out. The first thing is I'd like to know the rugby team, the All Blacks is the national team. Who do they play? So what's the rugby league, or who's a part of the rugby league? If you could let me know, that would be super cool because I'm curious about that. I think they also play rugby in the UK too, do they not? What are your cats' names? So we have 3 cats. We have the eldest cat that we have, who is the most cat of all cats. Her name is Squishy. And I'm
actually gonna get them.
Okay, well not. So Joe's getting Squishy.
So this is Squishy.
This is Squishy. Hello, Squishy. Oh, Squishy. This is Squishy. So the camera's over here. Oh. So that's Squishy. That's the oldest one. And then we have Sega, who is a grumpy, and Joe's trying to get Grumpy. She's hissing.
This is the cat that scarred my nose.
Yeah, we had a conversation earlier about how
I couldn't find the picture
though. Sega attacked Joe. She's so cute. How cute are you? How cute are you? But she's such a grump. Such a grump.
Ow!
She took a swipe at Joe's nose, and it was spurting blood. This was a few weeks ago.
Scarred.
But the situation is that we have Kudo, and Kudo and Joe are obsessed with one another, and Kudo is pretty much a bully, really, and so she actually bullies Sega, and Sega is afraid of Joe because I think that Sega, and I think Sega's right. If she gets too close to Joe, so Sega, the one that we just showed you, Kuro gets really jealous and upset, and so Sega is very weary of Joe, and so those are our 3 cats. It did freeze and I had to refresh. Thank you for coming back, Sloan. I can see and hear you. Okay, and Akiko also says we're back. Catherine says, did I miss the update about how you were doing, Mio and Joe? Yeah, I think for the most part, we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'd be more than happy to because we didn't talk too much about it. But yeah, let us just go over some of the comments here, and I'd be more than happy to just also give you an update. Sloan, I love her. Would that be Sega? Because Sega is such a grouch, but I love her so much because she's kind of like me. She's kind of grouchy, and she loves food. And the only time that she really seems happy is just when she's eating. And then there's these two. These two.
Cool.
It was a very strange thing. I witnessed them falling in love.
Nice.
It's true. At the Humane Society, the two of you locked eyes when she was at the Humane Society, and she was like a little kitten. They locked eyes, and that's pretty much been it. These two obsessed with each other. So it says, and yes, rugby is played in Europe as well, and there are regional teams in New Zealand as well that they play at the professional level. It's very confusing. I guess it's one of those things, like if you know how it works, then it's not, confusing because it's something that you've known all your life. But both, you have to love them both. We love our kittens. They're crazy though. um, Somehow, for some reason, we have a dinosaur.
See, it's coming out of an egg.
And I don't know why we have
She
this
does.
dinosaur.
She doesn't like this, by the way. Isn't it beautiful? It's like a dino coming out of an egg.
It's actually so heavy.
It's yeah.
It's like a self-defense.
This
Like it
was
could.
this was actually made, Windstone Editions in Hollywood, California. So it's, I don't know if they're still around, but they do fantasy stuff, like dragons. But here's like a little dinosaur coming out of an egg. For some reason, she doesn't like this. I don't get it.
And certain things just show up in her place sometimes, and I'm like, I don't even understand and know what
Or
to think of
this.
it. Yes, and then there's this thing that shows up too.
This is like Garfield.
Aww.
It's from like 1983. It's a piggy bank, but like you can tell, like the person painted this and did like a really crappy job around the, like it, I don't even think this is licensed. This is like some guy on a beach in Mexico or something, like, painted this because it's all,
It
it looks
probably
so,
would be a better job if
yeah,
somebody.
see, it looks wrong.
Well, Garfield looks
Yeah,
wrong.
she hates Garfield. So.
So saying, I love black cats. Yeah, she's something else. This one though, I have to say, she has quite the personality. You can hear her. So we were gonna let's do an update on me. So health wise, I had a so to sometimes I'm not sure like what how much like people want to know or do know or like to give context. So I was diagnosed last year in September, and I did for I was extremely jaundiced, so I had to um,
Did we lose?
no.
Okay, sorry.
Um, so I was extremely jaundiced in order for me to start chemo, I had to resolve the jaundice, and that took 6 weeks. And so I started chemo in late October of last year, and I've been extremely fortunate in that I have responded to chemo, and the fact that some of the metastasized spots in my peritoneum, they shrunk, and the mass in my pancreas has remained stable, or seems like sometimes it does seem to be lessening a little bit, but definitely very fortunate for that to be happening. And I initially did 14 cycles of chemo. So the first round was 14, 14, yeah, 14, 16, something like that. And then there were some liver enzyme elevation that happened um, around early summer, so around June. So they decided to, so my oncologist wanted to see whether or not that would be an issue because the liver is many folks who pass away from pancreatic cancer often do so because of liver issues. And they wanted to just make sure that we checked out the liver situation. And they also didn't want to keep giving me chemo if it was, at that point anyway, if it was going to be a problem with my liver. So we had put treatment on hold while we tried to figure out the liver thing. And so I was on a quote unquote treatment break between June and September. And initially, all of my CT and my tumor marker was fine. It stayed stable for the first month and a half, 2 months. And then right about the time that we were planning to do the trip to New York, I had another CT scan and blood work where it did show that I was, my tumor markers were elevated and some stranding has shown up in my peritoneum. So I was actually ready. I was willing to, to hop in and say, hey, like let's start the chemo again before New York. I would have been happy to do that. But my oncologist decided that if I was going to go to a big city like New York and spend time in a giant stadium, that they wanted me to have the strongest immune system that I can have. So we didn't start chemo until we got back, which was in late September. So the week after we got back from New York City, we started on chemo again. And the chemo regimen that I am on is called FOLFIRINOX, which initially I didn't really look into, but when I was really looking into it, or when I started looking into it a little bit later, it's known as a really kind of a harsh chemo treatment, and it's certainly no walk in the park. But we started that in September, and I had a CT scan a couple of weeks ago. And of course, I take the blood tests every couple of weeks before chemo because they need to make sure that I'm in a good place with my blood work and all that to be able to withstand the chemo. And luckily, one of the things I think that we were all worried about was that I would no longer be responsive to the FOLFIRINOX since we had taken a break. And because we saw some progression on the CT and CT scan and stuff like that, there was some concerns about whether or not getting back on the FOLFIRINOX I would be responsive to it. And so the last few weeks have been a little bit stressful, just waiting for those results and seeing whether or not I was still responsive to the FOLFIRINOX. And last Wednesday, I had my oncology appointment, and it does show stability, and my tumor marker is lowering again. So I know I'm talking a lot of jargony stuff, which might be a little bit confusing for folks who are not maybe familiar with this stuff. So the tumor marker is that's done with blood work is called CA19-9, which is pretty specific. My understanding is to pancreatic cancer. I think colorectal, and there's another kind of cancer that might also use it. So the idea is that the cancerous mass, so the cancer cells, they excrete enzymes, and they're very specific to in this case like pancreatic cancer, and it's measured by this thing called CA19-9. And when it's above a certain, and not everybody excretes it, that has pancreatic cancer. In my case, does seem it does it shows up in my blood work, and it also seems to correlate with a decrease in whatever's going on within me. So we've been able to use it as a way to be able to measure whether or not treatment seems to be working. But definitively, they always go with a CT scan, which is I don't specifically know what a CT scan is, except it is a imaging, and they are able to see specifically where the tumor is, or where the other like cancer cells may be, if it's spread or not. And so my most recent CT scan was early last couple weeks ago, and I got the results, and it seems as though there isn't spread, and there's a stability, and the CA19-9 seems to be reducing. So that's where we're at, and I'm in a place where right now things look stable. So that's I feel the best possible news, next to things just reducing to the point where they don't exist. But that's not something I don't think is realistic, and I don't expect that. But that's where we're at health wise. And this week I'm so 5 or 6 days into chemo, and I was pretty fatigued today. I'm pretty my hands are a bit shaky, and I've been losing some hair the last couple of cycles of chemo, and but outside of that, I'm pretty good. I just get tired, but hopefully that helps in terms of a health update. So we're the thing with the palliative chemo, which is what I'm on, is that I need to do chemo in order to be able to try to manage the cancer. And it either I do the chemo until I can't tolerate the chemo anymore, or until my body adjusts and that the chemo isn't working anymore. So that's the thing about palliative chemo, where people sometimes, like, people will say, it's like, oh, is it working? And it's an interesting kind of a question to be asked, because it's managing, like right now the FOLFIRINOX is managing my pancreatic cancer, but is it working is tricky, because there's no cure, or there's not going to be an eradication. So it's the fingers crossed that I'm able to tolerate that I'll be able to tolerate the chemo, and also B, that it keeps it keeps managing my cancer. So I hope that makes sense. And for those of you who might not necessarily be as versed with sort of the cancer stuff or the chemo stuff, I'm not an expert, but I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have specific to anything that I might have mentioned. Kiko says, doing great, looking great, and sounding great. Yo! Yay! Thank you. Yeah, I think that sometimes that's interesting too, because like from the outside, I might look a certain way, and for the most part, like I am pretty good, but I think the fatigue sometimes the fatigue is really sneaky. It's really sneaky, because the one thing,
sometimes you're fine, and then all of a sudden you just crash.
Yeah. And it's the kind of crash where I feel like I don't want to move anything. I've never been, when you think like, in your life, like you think you're tired, and like in my life before being diagnosed, and especially like when I was jaundiced, like, well, that was different. Like I was super crazy tired when right before I was diagnosed. But
I'm sorry.
But there was a time, you know, like
But
where
even when you were working, you were saying, "I'm so tired. I'm so tired." Work is exhausting, but obviously there was more to it than just work, right? So,
well,
because there was sometimes you come home and you're like, "I'm exhausted."
yeah, sure. I mean, and I think that people experience that, you know, in relation to their work. But like, it's just this other level of exhaustion where it would be like moving a muscle or a nerve feels like it'll be like a lot of work. So yeah. So Catherine is saying that is good news, Mio and Joe, on your CT scan. I'm so proud of you and Joe. It's not easy, and you are doing such a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Kiko, thank you for joining us tonight. I know you were out and
Thank you.
yes, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow too. Thank you. Yeah. And then Catherine is saying the fatigue is such a challenge. Great words, Joe. Sneaky fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It is. It's yeah. I mean, it's
Like when we went to New York, which just even to walk a little bit. I mean, New York is tiring just to walk.
mm-hmm.
There's so many people, and
It was
it's
hot.
hot, and the sidewalks are uneven, and but I mean, even there, just to walk around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you did it. You had to rest for a while. So.
I'm also like I'm prone to like heat exhaustion. So
Yeah.
when we went to New York, it was
hot.
really humid.
Yeah.
I mean, the night that we went to the game was actually a really nice because
cool
it had rained that day, so it was really great. Like it worked out in so many different ways, that particular event of going to Yankee Stadium. But the trip itself, I mean, there were times when it was so hot. It was really really hot, and I can feel myself like really that really drained me of energy for sure. Mm-hmm. But thank you so much, Catherine. Um, we're doing our we're doing our best. So Joe's over here. He wants to be able to show you a few things, I think.
Well, no, just one thing.
But just
but
also too, like if there are if there is any questions that are coming up, like I mentioned, like I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. And so please, don't hesitate to like throw it in, or any comments that you might have. That would be great. But but in the meantime, like Joe, you wanted to.
Well, just because you were talking about your father and, um, you know, um, the Beatles, serving the Beatles, and then like some of the chats and stuff were talked about. I do have this. I picked it up a long time ago at a flea market. It's actually like a original tour program. So 1964, the Beatles came to America. There's really not a lot of writing. It's just like pictures inside. So I don't know what it cost back then, like $1, 50 cents.
Well, whatever the inflation would be though on that.
But yeah, it's got some interesting photos. John Lennon.
Mm-hmm.
This is funny because it's even got pictures of the fans in there. Like, look at these girls. It's kind of a neat thing. There's. I'm just trying to find.
Sloan's like, do you have a favorite Beatle?
My favorite Beatle. See, you can join the fan club. There you go. Special offer. I think it changes for me. I think when I was just, younger, it was John Lennon, and I remember seeing the movie Imagine, um, which came out, I think, in the late '80s. I saw that in the theater, and
Can I just
sure.
so Kyle's here. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us. It's his birthday today, so if everyone can wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Kyle.
Kyle's 55. I hope you don't mind, Kyle. I let people know how old you are, but I hope you're having a really great birthday. Thank you so much for dropping by on your birthday. And if everybody could wish him a happy birthday, that would be great. And Sloan had just asked. We've been talking about. I think the one thing that we keep coming back to somehow is about the Beatles, and Joe was just talking about.
When I was younger, I think it was John
Mm-hmm.
Lennon, and then I think now I think it's George Harrison and McCartney. I think um, just the variety of songs he's written over the years, like with the Beatles and solo stuff, and he's still out there doing it.
Mm-hmm. Paul McCartney is. Yeah. Shows us nice collector's item. It certainly is.
Yeah,
That. Mm-hmm. And Kyle says, "I don't mind at all." That's great. Happy birthday, Kyle. If you don't mind, maybe you could also share with us what you did for your birthday to celebrate. That would be awesome. Um, but how about everybody else? Like, do you have a favorite Beatle? And
What's your favorite Beatle?
who is it? And um, I think it's Lennon. I think it's Lennon. Um, but in terms of like what, um, I think that George Harrison did some really interesting things after the Beatles, and as a person, I think that he funded Monty Python, and he he helped produce a bunch of like movies and things like that other people were more reluctant to fund and things. And he until the end, I think if anybody was into sort of the meditation and sort of that way of being, he was the one person who. Thanks for listening.
No,
Isn't that great? Like Joe's like, oh, like who's your Beatle? And he's like, oh.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Now go finish.
Well, I guess I'm done.
No.
So Catherine says, that's so cool, Joe. My mom has kept all her ticket stubs from seeing them in concert. Wow. With my dad in the US and in Toronto. Plus her cherished photos. She was on stage with Elvis.
Wow. Imagine that.
Wow, she was on stage with Elvis. Was that here in Toronto? Oh, no, they wouldn't have.
No, he played Toronto in the late 50s.
Elvis?
Yeah.
I thought that he didn't leave the US.
No, well, Canada. He played Toronto and Vancouver, I think, in 57 or 58. So, but he did. I don't know if he would have in the 70s if he came to Toronto. I know he went to Buffalo.
Well, that would make sense.
I had a neighbor who saw him in Buffalo in the 70s.
Elvis.
Yeah, Elvis.
Joe's mom was a big Elvis fan.
She was a huge Elvis. She actually stole a leaf off of his tree from Graceland.
Stole a leaf.
The security guard yelled at her. Ah!
Well, that's weird. Well, the leaf would have fallen at some point anyway, but maybe they didn't want people to.
Fans ripping up the grass or whatever at Graceland.
My parents, my mom, I think my parents both like the comeback special Elvis. But yeah, but there were my folks were more Beatles people. So I don't know a whole lot about Elvis apart from some of the stuff that you've talked to me about. So, but that's really cool.
Yeah, the ticket stubs are. It was probably like $3 or $4 to see them back then.
Yeah, but it would say $3 or $4. But again, like
I know inflation, but when you have concerts that are $1,000 or.
Yeah, but again, like what it would would feel like now, like what would feel like $200 now would be,
Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah, but yeah, it is cool to see those ticket stubs and stuff like that, and
they're probably worth a lot of money. Because
yeah, ticket stubs.
most people threw their ticket stubs away back then.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, um, he bought a bunch of records, and there were original ticket stubs inside the records. And one of them was from Bob Dylan, 1966. He played um, Ottawa, a little auditorium. And the ticket stub was still there, and the person clipped the review of the concert the next day from the Ottawa Citizen, and it was interesting because it told what he wore, what he played. The band came out and joined him. They weren't known as the band then; they were known as the Hawks. So it was like all this rock. He actually got heckled by two drunks or something in the front row. So he ended up selling that on eBay for like $2,000 or something crazy. Just the ticket stub and the piece of the review of the concert.
Because it is in some ways like a piece of history.
Really, it is,
right?
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So Catherine's saying, no, they were in the States. My parents have been together since they were 14. Wow! He used to bring young ladies on stage. I'm assuming it's Elvis, and he did like the young ones, didn't he? And sing to them. My mom was chosen to be sung to. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, sweet. Sweet, but kind of creepy because Elvis was kind of creepy with the young girls, I think. Yeah, that's what I. Yeah. So Kyle hasn't shared with us what he did for his birthday. Maybe he doesn't want to share with us what he did for birthday. Oh, there it is.
Briefly dog sat, cleaned the house.
Whoa, it's really little. What happened there? I know. Cleaned house, napped here and there, got many Facebook well wishes I responded to, spent a half an hour on hold with licensed branch for no reason. With billing issue, they couldn't. Wow, that sounds like an exciting birthday, Kyle.
Hope you had a good one.
Hope you had a good one. It sounds like you got a lot of well wishes on Facebook, though. But I mean, what would you say is like your most memorable concert? And if folks who are still with us want to share what your most memorable concert experience was, since I think we tend to end up talking about music quite a bit, but
what, between us?
No, like just in general, like what would you say is just really quickly? I'm just gonna say that Kyle was saying uneventful day and all. We'll come on weekend. Appreciate all the well wishes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I love it. Like when birthdays kind of roll into the weekend, so that it's not only like the day, but you have like an extended amount of time. Nice. I felt like I kind of had that this year, which was really really nice. So I hope you have a really great rest of the week and weekend birthday for your 55th. So it says the Backstreet Boys. My goodness, that probably 16. Was crazy. I bet you. No, you were like talking about how like maybe the Beatles, like people couldn't hear the Beatles play with all the people screaming. I would bet you the Backstreet Boys might have been one of those concerts. And actually, that's so hard. That's so cute. That's awesome. I still like. I am obsessed with. I Want It That Way. I'm obsessed with that song. It is like the. I don't know. I don't know what it is about that song. But anyway, I'm obsessed with it. I'm not. I can't say that I'm a huge Backstreet Boys fan, but that song I'm obsessed with. But Kyle was saying that I like Harrison the best. Mm-hmm. And
his last album is excellent. Brainwashed. I have that on vinyl.
And Sloan was saying I was like 25, and
Mm.
she danced so hard, and I love that song.
You are my fire. She doesn't like my. I can't sing falsetto. You can sing it. So just do that.
Nope.
She's got good tone.
Well, it's been hard because since the like chemo and other stuff, like
Mm.
my lung capacity is like changed and stuff. So it's I yeah, it's a bit more challenging for me now to sing, but yeah, on a good day you can hear me kind of try to pipe it out. But so yeah, so Sloan had love it, Sloan. She mentioned the Backstreet Boys concert. What's been your favorite concert?
Um, it's been actually the one I really remember a lot, and it was like a once in a lifetime thing. Um, was we saw REM at Ontario Place, and Ontario Place is this like old water park, which is closed down. Just it, and when we saw them a few years, I don't know when that was, like 10 years ago or something. It was just falling apart. Like there was just like goose shit all over the place because the Canada geese are everywhere, and it was falling apart. Like nothing was really open, and we thought, oh, let's go down early and we'll walk around Ontario Place until the concert starts.
Mm-hmm.
And we were, there's nothing down there in the park. Like it
Mm-hmm.
was just so, falling apart. And we were walked up this path, this ramp, because the lock was busted off the doors. And we were actually walking on top of the buildings in Ontario Place. We shouldn't have been up there, but
No,
there were other people too, just walking because the whole place was just falling apart.
it
And
wasn't very. Yeah,
yeah,
there was no
so
upkeep on it.
we sat on those buildings, and just across, REM did their sound check, and we
Watch the
got the.
soundtrack.
So I always remember that just
Mm-hmm.
because we were, um, um,
It was
walk.
just yeah, like it was unexpected,
Yeah, and it was very
and
unique, and
yeah,
and I think like maybe a couple years later, it closed down Ontario Place. It's a
there.
great place for concerts, but just as a theme park or
Well,
whatever. It was just
the amphitheater is still open.
yeah,
I think it's called like the Budweiser Theater,
hmm
maybe still. I don't know.
yeah, and
We
that's a great venue.
before it was even better.
Mm.
When it was um,
In the
the
80s,
Forum. Was it the Forum? And it was like it was round, and it would go. There would be a stage
right?
that would rotate. That was really cool. And I saw a few concerts there, but
Hmm.
yeah, that REM concert was really cool. That we had an opportunity to be able to like witness something.
Hmm.
First of all, that we weren't expecting to,
Yeah.
and we. Joe's like kind of like talking about doing something we should have been doing, but we did. And we went exploring, and we had an opportunity to yeah like see something that we didn't ever think that we would see, so
Hmm.
that was really cool. And
I also think when we saw Duran Duran,
same
um,
venue.
same venue.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a fun show because they sounded amazing,
they were great.
and our seats were fairly decent.
They were okay.
Um, but what I remember was there were two um, caretakers, I guess, um, and these two women. You just knew. I mean, there was so many women to go see Duran Duran. It was like mom's
It was
night
mom's
out.
night out.
That's our little joke. So we, we went there, and there were two caretakers, and they brought in this old man, and he was in a wheelchair, and he had a helmet on and stuff like that. You could tell they just like they were there oh, we're not going to miss Duran Duran. We're going to bring this guy along with us.
I don't know that that's necessarily the thing.
But he was like the whole concert. They're trying to like
they were trying to make a run for it.
Yeah, well, he was trying to make a run for it, like wheel away, get out of there.
Yeah.
And then they had to go and kept on like
trying to bring him back. Yeah.
And they're like, oh, Simon Le Bon, and then
they
he's
were
trying to slowly like get away.
Yeah, it was really funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, so he clearly either didn't want to be there or wanted to give his caretakers a hard time. We don't know what was going on, but what we do know is that like we were sitting like directly behind them, and anytime he had the opportunity, he was just trying to make a run for it.
Yeah, he would inch his way.
He would have his wheelchair, and he would just be looking around, making sure that like he would just, and because his caretakers were just into the concerts, what was going on, and like they had to like bring him back like 5 or 6 times throughout the concert.
It was more really, than that. It was like 10
really
times.
Funny. It was so funny. That was a good concert for sure. Silver Knight Kyle says, been to many concerts, worked security, liaison, etc. with many musicians. Talk about some on my little YouTube channel, as I have copious amounts of swag from over the years, lots of stories. So, but of all of them, Kyle, which is really cool, what would you say was the most memorable for you? I guess maybe even from like a professional standpoint. So like working security or liaisons, like what was a memorable one that might have stood out in your experience? That's really cool. You'll always to get like sort of the inside kind of thing, and especially even like when Cheryl has talked about escorting folks. I was like, wow, that's really, really cool. I worked in restaurants when I was much younger, and I had an opportunity to serve quite a few interesting folks, and it was always interesting to see or to experience different people outside of their sort of like public life.
You served Johnny Cash and June Carter.
I did.
When they were both wearing like safaris or
khakis
or something.
He was.
Like shorts.
Yeah.
No man in black. It's just like.
Yeah. So he came in, and it was I think shortly before June Carter passed away. Like not too. Yeah. And the best thing ever I thought was the men in black wearing safaris.
Right.
I mean, who's gonna think that Johnny Cash is gonna be wearing like safari shorts, khaki shorts?
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Yeah. And
the safaris.
Yeah. So and they were lovely actually. Kyle says, had my favorite Eddie Money song sang to me backstage a cappella, and it was lesser known hit. He credited it to repertoire, thanked me in his in a liner notes of the greatest hits album. Oh my gosh!
Is that I Want to Go Back?
Wow,
Money?
That's amazing.
Is it that song?
Catherine is saying I was at the same REM concert, Mio and Joe.
Oh wow!
I said the same thing. How sad Ontario Place was at that time. I tried to get to the amphitheater once a summer. Wow, that's really cool that we were at the same concert. There's a friend of mine has a friend of a friend who used to go to like every REM concert. His name is Jeff, and I would see him. I wouldn't see him for a long time, but then every time I would go to an REM concert, I would see him at the front and be like, "Oh, there's Jeff again." That's one way that I would like definitely be guaranteed to see Jeff. Kyle, that's so neat. I need to check out your channel. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing. And if Kyle, you were saying, what was the song that you thought it was?
Oh, I Want to Go Back. Any Money.
That's really cool, though. That's really, really cool. And how about you, Catherine? Like, what concert would you say has been memorable for you? I see a number of folks online, and curious to know, those of you who haven't maybe chimed in just to say hi, that would be great. The song was called
Hard Life, off the No Control album from '77. Put it on '93 Greatest Hits release. Oh.
Yeah. If you have it, that'd be cool to be able to to see Kyle's.
Yeah, you know what? I'll keep an eye out for that. I don't have any money stuff right now, but I'll definitely check that out.
Joe has a lot of vinyl. He deals in buy and sell quite a bit. And he knows a lot about especially like classic rock and stuff like that. And yeah, so if he comes across that, I think that'd be really, really cool to be able to say, hey, like, this is the Kyle that we know. Hey, JPS is here. Thanks for joining us.
Nirvana. Oh wow, look at this.
The Nirvana, December 9th, 1993, Omaha, Nebraska. Nice. Yeah. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest regrets, I think, not seeing Nirvana. Because I think they played Maple Leaf Gardens in '93 with
Metallica?
No. Neutro, that album.
In Utero?
Sorry, yeah. and I missed that. I had to work or something stupid. That and David Bowie, never saw either.
I thought you saw Bowie.
No, it was Sound and Vision 1990, but I had to work or something stupid like that. So
I bet JPS has seen quite a few cool shows. Mm-hmm. I bet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that's a good one, Nirvana.
Mm-hmm. I know. Well, Kathy went to that Nirvana show.
Oh really?
Yeah,
wow.
and she has a ticket stub. Remember how she has a ticket stub?
Yeah, she's got some crazy. Her friend Kathy has a bunch of ticket stubs, and it's like Hole and Nirvana and Cure and crazy.
Probably she has a bunch of Beck stuff too, because I've seen Beck with her a number of times. Saw Bjork with her. She's seen a lot. Like she saw what are those guys? Anyway, she's seen a lot of shows. She's seen a lot of cool shows. Yeah. Oh, here we go. JPS says, the other thing I was going to mention was Bowie. Funny story how I saw his last performance, Get Out of Here, which was only one song, really. I do have my Nirvana ticket stub, too. That's amazing. Wow. Can you tell us more about the Bowie show? His last performance, which is only one song, really. Was it for TV or something like that it would have been just like one song? I haven't seen Bowie. I didn't see Bowie. It's too bad. I would have really liked to have seen Bowie.
Let's see. I'm just Googling it here.
I wonder what I would say is my most memorable concert. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think what was really cool was I saw the first Lollapalooza, and that was it was before anything, like before any people knew what Lollapalooza was. So it was really cool because it was just a collection of these bands that were really cool to see. So I saw Public Image Limited. It was the Sugar Cubes. Joe's looking up, I think, the Bowie thing, and a ton of different bands. It was really cool to see Lollapalooza.
So, November 9th, 2006.
This is the Bowie thing.
New York's Hammersmith Ballroom for the Black Ball fundraiser, playing 3 tracks.
Oh,
So Alicia Keys and David Bowie.
Well, but JPS is saying we saw Ricky Gervais stand up at Madison Square Garden. Bowie came out to intro him with a funny song he had done on Gervais's TV show Extras. That's funny. That's funny. That you sometimes to know like who's connected in that way, like in Ricky Gervais and that Bowie would be connected. That's really cool. My wife also saw the first Love. I wonder where that would have been. For here, it was at the old exhibition stadium where the Jays used to play.
That was a great venue for concerts.
It was pretty cool. I saw a lot of concerts there.
Me too.
Yeah. Silver Night Kyle says saw Red Hot Chili Peppers in the early days at a tiny bar when they first started touring in just a van. That's the well, that's what the Red Hot Chili Peppers are kind of known for, right? Is like being that band that went around in the van and the punk scene and all that. That's really, really cool. And JPS says, yeah, it wasn't Bowie's last concert, but I think technically last time performing on stage or something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, well, people have had like a lot of like amazing musical experiences. That's and a lot of like things that I'm really jealous about. I saw the Chili Peppers way after this, clearly. But they used to do these free concerts on Yonge Street. Actually saw REM do a show from Yonge Street and from on top of the Hard Rock Cafe. I don't know how I ended up being able to do that, but probably through HMV. Saw REM live that way. Saw the Chili Peppers when they played Yonge Street too. That was pretty cool. Cheryl says McCartney top of the list, but seeing the Carpenters from the fourth row was special. Wow. They came to our university. Wow.
Imagine that.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Chris Rock came to do our Frosh Week at university, and it was when he wasn't popular. It was like right off of like Saturday Night Live, and he got booed off the stage after like 5 minutes. It was terrible. I would have loved to have been able to see the whole set because to have seen Chris Rock do a live set like that would have been really amazing. But he got booed. He got booed off. Catherine says my most unique is Kid Rock started a concert in his restaurant. Oh yeah, I guess he's from Detroit. That makes sense.
Yeah.
At the Red Wings game, he went outside and stopped the city bus, brought everybody in, paid for food and drinks, and Bob Seger, and had Bob Seger on his stage. Very cool. Oh, Kid Rock. And JPS says my wife's 1991 Lollapalooza was Massachusetts. I saw 93, 94 in Rhode Island and Connecticut. Those were fun days. Yeah, they were fun. I think I want to say that I've been to 2 Lollapaloozas. The first one and the one with the Smashing Pumpkins. And by then it was like massive. The second one the second one that I saw. And it was up at like Centennial Park or something. It took forever to get on. No, it was Berry Park. It was.
And I was at Woodstock '99. I started all the fires.
Just had
chaos.
Just had to get that in there.
Yeah. No, but somebody was telling me though there is a documentary on Woodstock '99. I kind of like to watch it because that was the whole thing where the crowd just went crazy and they were pissed off that they were charging $10 for a bottle of water and there was just chaos from it. So I do want to see that.
Yeah, you were talking about that the other day. I saw that same Lollapalooza. I went to 6 years of Lollapalooza. Wow, Lilith Fair. My friend's sister, sister is friends with Sarah McLachlan. That is so cool.
Wow.
So I'm so thankful to see her anytime she comes to Toronto. Wow, that's amazing. I've seen Sarah once in concert, and she was amazing.
She's got a great voice.
She has a great voice.
She there was something I saw on YouTube. She did a duet with Cyndi Lauper, Time After Time, and it's like both of their voices are so different, but it works so well.
That's amazing. Kyle is saying my dad and stepmom were front row to Elvis's last concert here in Indianapolis. Wow.
Superdome, right? Or no, wait. What's the?
I inherited all the photos. Wow. Have given many away to friends who are big fans, including a buddy in Montreal. Wow. That's really neat. Wow.
That's really cool.
You have such a background. It's so incredible. That's so incredible. And it's the fact that like everybody here just has like such a rich musical and just like experiences, not just musical experiences, but just like experiences is really, really cool.
When my mom was a teenager, Elvis came on at Sullivan, and she screamed, and my great grandfather, like, he jumped out of the seat because they're just sitting at home watching TV, and he jumped out of the seat, and then he kicked her in the ass because she scared him so much because it was just quiet watching TV, and then he was like, Elvis, ah! And he was jumped out of his chair. She always tells me that.
So. Kyle says like Punkfest 85 with Fear. Oh, that's like super punk.
Wow.
We're talking about. I don't know what TSOL is. TSOL. Another is in a warehouse. That's like hardcore punk. What's like the most punk thing? I don't know, but the most punk thing I would have seen. I probably Johnny Lydon is probably the most punk thing I would have seen. Pumpkins was Lola 94, says JPS. At our show, they closed and played a pretty horrible set and were admitting as much on stage. Just out of sync, I guess, anticlimactic. Yeah, like when I saw them, they weren't super great either.
What, the Pumpkins?
Yeah, the Smashing Pumpkins at the Lollapalooza I saw them at. Yeah, there's a number of people on the second stage that I remember seeing. No, that's another show. I was at a show where Green Day played. It wasn't Lola, it was something else, and it was a really good show, and I wasn't expecting it. And I think that this is something that they do on a regular basis. They bring up people from the audience to play guitar on a song, one of their hits, and I think they do it on a regular basis. And when they did it, when I saw them, like the kid, it was a young kid, and he just loved it and reveled in it, and he just lived it up. It was so awesome. It was a really, really great experience to see. And I think that was the start of me going like, hey, Green Day's pretty cool, because up until then I was like, oh, okay. But seeing them live, I think like sometimes bands, you just get a different appreciation for them once they're live. So
they're very tight as a group.
Yeah, but like sometimes when you see a band that you might be like otherwise like, oh, they're okay, but then you see them live, and then it's just a completely different thing. But Kyle says many Violent Femmes shows in their early days at a tiny club called the Sherwood, with about 50 or so fans each time, and most recent show a few months ago to a much larger crowd on their latest tour. Gorgano! Violent Femmes. I've seen them live, and it was at the Masonic Temple here in Toronto. And Gorgano was incredibly hungover. He and talked about it. He was just like, I am in such bad shape, and he had on like sunglasses the entire time. He struggled through it, but it was a really really good show regardless. Unlike unlike Weezer, I don't even know if that was what their problem was, but that was it was really cool. So Catherine's asking, Joe, can you share a bit about your store? I have you on Instagram, but really love to know more about it, especially since you carry vinyl.
Yeah, it's called Last Gen, so it's vinyl and video games, just mostly used vinyl. I don't carry new vinyl or order it or anything like that. Not that I have anything against new vinyl.
It's just you're yeah, you do the use thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
What else?
and video games.
I would say that like Joe has a very like he curates very very well. In that first of all he's limited for space because
It's a super small
it's a
store.
small
So.
store, but you know, vinyl, like you can carry a lot of stuff that you know, a lot of people may not be interested in, or it's not as collectible, or um, you know, for like there's a lot of vinyl out there, and a lot of it could be kind of
It's very very hard to find used vinyl.
good used vinyl.
Yeah, especially the last, I would say, 5 years. It's just not out there. Like a band um, like the Beatles. I mean, there's not a lot of pressing plants left, and they pretty much stopped mass producing vinyl around the mid to late '80s. So to try to find like a first pressing of, say,
Well, that's for collect. Like I think there's different kinds of people with vinyl. There are collectors, and I think there are people who appreciate hearing music on vinyl.
no, for sure,
right?
for sure. I'm
And
just saying that just to find
I know, but just in terms of your store,
right.
and how like you know people can maybe understand more about the kind of thing that you do, which is like you always have your eye out for like collectible things, certainly, and things with value, but you also, I think anyway, the kind of music and vinyl that you keep at your store is is curated. Like you have a lot of vinyl, but I mean, compared to like a giant store, you know, not nearly as much, but like you don't have.
I don't carry everything. I mean, I guess that's a good way. I hate to say it, but some artists just don't sell. Um, and God bless John Denver, but the guy sold a ton of albums. He really did. But just not a lot of people ask me for John Denver. I'm okay with having like one, like a greatest hits or something, but I just won't carry everything else. And here's another one too: the Eurythmics. Great band,
Great band,
fantastic band, but I can only recall one time that I sold one of their records, and I have, I think, two or three of their albums, and they're not expensive by any means, and I probably had them for like 9 years or 8 years or
people
something.
Don't appreciate the Eurythmics, or specifically like I think Annie Lennox is an artist. I think Annie Lennox is amazing, and that's a completely different direction. But just to answer like Catherine's question though, is like if anyone is interested, like I mean clearly like we're in Toronto, but if you're looking for some kind of vinyl or a specific kind of vinyl, just reach out to Joe. And also,
I find things too.
yeah.
I go out into the wild. I try to find things, and sometimes, yeah, I find something interesting. I'll find like an autograph record, or somebody will bring me a couple records that they like someone literally just threw away or something.
Yeah,
And
you find some interesting stuff.
one fellow brought me. It was a first pressing of the first Ramones album, Canadian pressing, and that's really hard to find because that album went platinum now, but back then it didn't sell a lot
Okay.
because anyways.
So Joe could talk about,
I
as
can.
you can see,
I
like
can.
for like forever and a long time. But
Okay.
he's, like I mentioned, like he has like I feel like in terms of like the kind of stuff that he carries, like he's very specific about like finding and carrying things that people want, and
Or even things that are
unique too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like a lot of psych records and stuff like that is something that you anyway. So
Yeah.
that and gaming, but like specifically console gaming stuff. Like he deals in that, and sometimes comic book stuff too, right? So
Yeah.
not as much anymore, but
Not as much,
yeah.
but if there's something cool,
But
I
so
do try to get it.
yeah, so that kind of thing. And I think like Joe, yeah, like he'll post things on Instagram and stuff like that. But lastgen.ca is the website, and he also posts things there. But
Mhm.
if anyone
Yeah.
is looking for something, and if it's like gaming stuff, like you could probably um, ship that stuff out easier than like record stuff.
Yeah,
But
like just a game is pretty easy to ship.
yeah.
A console is pretty heavy,
Well,
but like
no.
a game or a cartridge is pretty light and easy to ship. So
Yeah. Thank you for asking,
thank
Catherine.
you.
And hope.
You can come by if you're in town.
Yeah. He's on College Street near U of T. JPS says, I hope everyone here is familiar with Nardwar. Yes, Nardwar, and he's still around, which is really crazy. Got a fave musical artist. Nardwar has probably interviewed them. It's true. And probably they didn't forget it. Nardwar, the human serviette? Is that what he calls himself? But he's been around forever. He's been interviewing people since I was in high school.
Mm.
I remember, and I think he's out west. But I think again he doesn't. He's one of those people who looks like he doesn't age. So it's true. Like he's and if you're interested in interesting interviews with musical artists, Nardwar is definitely somebody to check out.
Mick
Um,
Jones.
Kyle says Mick Jones, guitarist from The Clash and Big Audio Dynamite, friends with a buddy of mine in London, fellow comic book collectors, sent me a 2000 AD comic signed by him. 2000 AD.
It's Judge Dredd, I believe, isn't it?
Show it off on my channel. Oh, I'll
Yeah.
honestly have to check out Kyle's
Check
channel.
out Kyle's channel
Mm-hmm.
after you check it out.
Yeah. Kyle in his collection too.
Oh,
I have
this
all the
is a good
tourist
one.
albums, the pre-Eurythmics
Yeah.
years when Annie was a teenager.
Yeah, I have the first one too. Actually, I have both of them, the tourist albums. They were really great bands. Great. It's kind of like
they're incredible artists.
power punk.
Yeah.
I guess new wavy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, they're great artists.
James is here. Hello, James.
Hey, James.
It's cool. It's cool. Like we've been talking music a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for coming by, James. And just since you're here, just want to let you know that you're the winner of the Tron
20th
so the 20th anniversary
edition.
So
nice.
I'll get your address and we'll send that out to you. So just wanted to let you know. So thank you for coming by. And JPS says yes, it's the the human serviette, right? Is that what he calls himself? Nordbar, the human serviette. I don't know why he calls himself that, but he's always done it. Catherine says, I love you talking about your store, Joe. I can't wait to look at your website. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And if you ever have any questions about his stuff, please let us know. I'm thinking this is in relation to
the tourists.
The Tourists.
Yeah.
They've got 3 albums and several singles. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That her career stretches out back that much. But I mean, she's an incredible talent. Incredible talent.
Yeah. Well, I think it's 1979. I think I could be wrong. Like I think the first album was.
I think the most memorable live performance I've ever seen would be Annie Lennox. And it wasn't like she opened for Sting. And I had seen Sting a bunch of times, and I was just like, give me more Annie Lennox. I would have, and since then I don't think she tours on her own. The only thing that she actually does now is like charitable stuff. But if I have an opportunity ever to see her live, I would just take it in a second, because she's remarkable. She was remarkable live. I cried the entire time that she was performing that night. It was incredible. JPS says, we don't have the word serviette, so I had to look it up. When I first heard of him, napkin, right? Still doesn't explain.
Right.
But it's true. I think it's just maybe that like people, I don't know, like the people crap on him or something. Maybe that's like sort of the thing. Yeah, so let's see here. Kyle,
Catherine says, can Kyle say his channel name? So that is .@Silver Knight Kyle.
Oh, she's just adding him there.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, and
if it is,
if it is different, Kyle, from your link, please let us know, because I think there's a bunch of us that are interested in checking out like all the stuff that you got on your channel, because clearly there's a lot of stuff that you've experienced and a lot of interesting things that definitely would want to know more about. James says, sorry, my Utah Jazz are beating the Toronto Raptors.
Well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. We're like, it's funny. The other day, like somebody asked me, what sports am I following now that the baseball season's over, and I was saying, well, like the next thing that I'm doing now is like napping.
Right.
That's my I'm not a I like sports, but I'm not a sports fan. I'm a baseball fan, and it was really cool a few years ago when Toronto won, and it was really exciting.
Yeah, we watched those games.
Yeah, but I
walked around.
Yeah, you went out and stuff, but I just was, and it was exciting. But because I wasn't invested in the band or in the team or the sport, I didn't feel right about it. Like I was excited that people were excited, but I wasn't. But I'm, in terms of me being a sports fan, I'm not really a sports fan. I'm a baseball fan, but the hot stove stuff is really exciting to me. And this week with all the MVPs and everything like that, that's been amazing. But hope the Utah Jazz are beating the Raptors. I'm imagining that they're probably playing in Utah right now then, because it's probably pretty late for the Raptors to be playing here. That's but I, for your sake, James, I hope they win, because I'm not invested in the Raptors enough to be able to say I hope the Raptors win. Catherine says, oh, Annie Lennox. Well, she was always on my list to see. Yeah, amazing. I mean, if you ever have an opportunity to see her live, she's
Did she sing the Lord of the Rings song?
No, I think it was before the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings song. Kyle says, I got an original British release of the Sex Pistols single.
Pretty vacant, no fun. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Wow. Kyle should do a tour. What do they call those? Like collection tours? Maybe you already have. It would be really amazing to be able to see all the stuff that you have.
A friend of mine brought me a copy of Nevermind the Bullets, but it's a record I've had a few times over the years, just like Canadian, but I always sell it. So I figured, well, he brought me a UK copy, so it's got a yellow cover. I don't know what the pressing is or anything like that, but I'll probably keep that one because it is like a key album, and I like the Sex Pistols. And it sounds good. So.
Yeah. James is like, Robbie Ray won the Cy Young. He did, and also tonight, Otani won MVP. It was an interesting one for me because we had two Blue Jays and a Japanese baseball player, and so I really couldn't lose tonight with the MVP. But I think we knew that it was going to go to Otani. Yeah. But it was really cool, and it was really cool to see Robbie Ray win, and hopefully we'll be able to get him back. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look good.
Yeah. So Catherine says, James, congratulations on winning Tron. Yes.
Yes.
And
people love Tron. It's kind of
people
movies.
Love Tron.
They do.
So it says winter naps are so nice. Oh, I love naps. and especially it's an interesting thing with baseball specifically because it's a grind. It's even a grind for fans because there's a lot of games, and then even the postseason. If you're following it, it could be a lot to follow. And for instance, I would want to see a show or something like that. Like Ted Lasso was something that I was completely obsessed with. This past little while, loved Ted Lasso, but sometimes would put that off because there's all these baseball games to watch, and so now it's kind of neat to just have more time to be able to do regular life things apart from baseball. But
sorry, I'm just...
Joe loves it when I talk.
No, I do. Sorry, I'm just trying to point out.
I know it's all coming. Kyle says, don't know if that channel works, but it's just Silver Night Kyle. So
okay. Check it out.
Yeah, and
subscribe. Hit the thumbs up, like.
And James says, love Tron as a kid.
Me
so
too.
Yeah, so we'll be sending you the DVD, and it's just the older one, right?
Yeah.
It's not the
remake.
It's not the new one with
Jeff Bridges. Well, I mean, he was in the first one. We saw that, I think, and wasn't too impressed with it. I always, out of the two Disney movies I remember as a kid, I remember Tron because I had the video game, and there was an arcade game which was a lot of fun, and I also remember the Black Hole, which is kind of nobody really knows much about that movie, so they should remake that.
The Black Hole?
The Black Hole. And I had the toys, Old Bob and Vincent.
I'm convinced that Joe had every toy.
I had a lot of toys.
Holy mackerel!
But they were cheap back then. Like a Star Wars figure would be $1.98.
I had no toys. I had one Barbie doll that somebody my parents' friend got me. I think because
the Cabbage Patch Kid.
Yeah, and that was also a gift from I think folks who felt sorry for me because I had no toys. But you had every toy known to action figure or whatever. It's
Star Wars.
It's insanity.
You know what the great thing about being a kid is I always,
for some people,
I remember I had the $6 Million Man. I didn't have his boss, but I had Evel Knievel on that bike thing.
Yeah.
So I would have been literally probably 3 years old when that came out, and I can still remember that.
And then we can get Joe talking about all the toys. That would be another thing altogether. So
Ted
Lasso, so great.
Show.
I love Ted Lasso so much, and I know I'm not alone. And reminds you of England. Yeah. I wonder how accurate it is your actual lived experience there versus like what's televised or what is fictionalized, in at least like how it feels to be there as maybe like somebody that's not from the UK, I guess. But yeah, I think Ted Lasso is amazing, and I keep on saying it's like, oh, like I'm gonna talk about my like life mission and stuff like that in one of these live streams, and I just feel like part of it is like wanting to like be more like Ted Lasso in life, that we can all watch that show and be like, okay, like it's maybe naive or it's fictional or whatever, but I think that it's possible for all of us to embody Ted Lasso ish type ways, to have like kindness and care and forgiveness and love and I just love that show so much, and what it stands for, and that's what I want to also embody to the best of my ability as well. So yeah, and I hope that's cool. That's Catherine was saying, yes, please share your mission wheel. Yeah, so that's what it is. I mean, while like whatever time it is that I have left, I feel like if I can just be able to give in whatever ways I can, and it's one way is just to hopefully be kind and maybe to have some joy for folks, and even like doing something like this, just for maybe for some of us to be able to have fun with one another and bring a little bit of a smile and some cheer. I wish like that. That's my mission, and to be a real life Ted Lasso, but not a coach, and I won't ever have a mustache. Kyle says, I used to occasionally sing on stage with Michio and Glam Slam. Oh, this is like a Japanese. When I was stationed in Okinawa in the Marines. Whew, what a life you've had, Kyle.
Wow.
Led to the creation of a Shonen Knife indirectly. Whoa, wow. That's amazing. That's incredible. Wow, that totally blew my mind. The only thing, Shonen Knife is really cool. Sloan says very accurate. So I'm thinking in relation to how it feels to be there. That's really really cool to live in the UK. So because Sloan lived in the UK for a couple of years before heading over to New Zealand. So that's really cool. Oh, thank you. I'm not sure that's true.
You're a rock star. That's my Keith Richards. You're a rock star.
So it says, miss that London pub with a grumpy old person voice. So that's something that is true of the UK stereotype in some ways. Catherine says, wow, Kyle, it's so true. Yeah, Ted Lasso, it's so true, like so joyful, and yeah, really really cool that they were able to bring that show to life in the way that they have. I think it's really amazing. JPS says Shonen Knife opened my Nirvana show in '83 along with the Breeders. Wow, that would have been a nice show. That would have been a really fun show. I'm trying to think whether or not I've seen Shonen Knife. There was Chibomato. I think had something with Sean Lennon, I think. And I want to say that I think it was a Beck show with Chibomato, and I think it was with Sean Lennon that I saw, I think, too. I don't know if I've seen Shonen Knife. That's cool, though. See, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Everyone's had like such really incredible experiences.
Yeah, from Elvis to the Beatles
To yeah, like
Bowie, Nirvana,
yeah, to the Backstreet Boys,
Backstreet Boys.
and then but we also like just in this, in this alone, like we have people like all over North America, and also like Sloan in New Zealand, which is really really cool. And it's just been incredible, like getting to know all of you and your experiences. This is so amazing. Um, so, but I am curious, Kyle, more about like the indirect shonen knife, how that how that ended up, and um, uh, wow, that's this like how like Kyle was saying, this here, this is amazing. Led to an acquaintanceship. That's just incredible. And what JPS was saying about the Shonen Knife, Nirvana, and the Breeders, that would have been an amazing show. I feel like, I mean, I don't know like what shows are like nowadays, and I certainly I sound like a super old person saying this. Oh my God, it's Zach!
Hi, Zach.
Hi, Zach. Thank you for joining us. That's amazing.
Wow.
How you doing? How's the off season been so far? Thank you for joining us. We're talking about a lot of music, and I think like if I'm to understand, or you're a big music fan too, right? And Kyle was like really telling us a lot about his experiences, which has been really amazing. And happy to send you. So Kyle was saying, I'd be happy to send you some signed Shonen Knife stuff. Wow, that would be super cool. That would be really really cool. And I just want to throw up Zach. Where would he go?
He's there.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks for showing up. And I think Joe.
I have a baseball, Zach. Look, I found this at a thrift store in a, what is that, Brooklyn Cyclones. I have no idea what that is. Is that a real team?
But maybe also like Zach doesn't want to. Like he's off season.
Yes,
maybe,
I know.
Maybe
It's
he's
true.
like.
But look, there's a case for one of the baseballs. That's why I bought it.
Yeah, like I'm sure, like as soon as he shows up, like everybody's like, "Hey, how about this baseball?" Blah blah blah. Like maybe he's.
Oh, I'm just.
He's just like like very very
That's
cool.
True.
Cool of him to come in and like just.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Zach says very chill off season. I need this cool down period, and yeah, I'm a music freakazoid.
There you go.
Zach, we have been talking to Kyle, who has had some really incredible like musical experiences,
right.
just like blown away type of stuff. And we've all like in it, and we've also been talking about how there's so many people here who've experienced like a lot of different things, whether it's their parents or themselves. You would know about JPS's experience, probably Nirvana. I was just blown away by the Nirvana Breeders Shonen Knife thing. And JPS is saying, Zach, can you tell my standing in his music quiz? Maybe you can talk a little bit about that, the music quiz. Oh, you would maybe know Kyle. Zach would. Yeah. I didn't mean to derail the music chat. Carry on. I don't know that it's been derailed, but we've been talking about it. But what happened here? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you guys probably just all know each other already. But yeah, Kyle, like that's the shonen knife thing. Yeah, but can you tell us a little bit more about that? About like what the indirect, how you came about having that indirect. Did you say? I don't think you said collaboration. I think you said something else. But with shonen knife, that's pretty amazing. And in terms of like, we were also talking about some of the best concert experiences that we've had, and I'm curious to know, Zach, like what might be a memorable concert experience has been for you, because some of the folks here has had some really amazing experiences. Members knew Michio, bonded over that. What kind of music was Michio and I can't remember the name of the band that you mentioned. Michio and the Grand Slam, Michio and the Slam, and you used to sing with them sometimes. That is really cool. That's a thing that I have. I used to anyway. I don't know that I can do it anymore. Like I said, like my voice is not what it is because of surgeries and chemo and all that kind of stuff. But I always
she can still sing. Like,
but there is a place here called Massey Hall, and I've always thought how awesome it would be just to be able to just sing on stage at Massey Hall.
It's a great venue for concerts. We actually saw Kids in the Hall perform there. Remember?
Yeah, that was really awesome.
And I saw Keith Richards there back in 1992 or 1 or something like that.
Catherine says, "Hey Zach, thanks for what you did for Mio and Joe. I have now watched it so many times. So many of your videos, and you're a terrific human being.
Yay!
Yay! So true.
Yeah. And we had a great time.
Yeah,
it was just amazing there.
And you can't really honestly, like, you guys talking about Zach and don't stop. Concerts. Wait, hang on. The music quiz is basically a Name That Tune game that I made in college. It has 100 different song clips spanning several decades.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that would probably, in the way that you would probably do it, was probably pretty comprehensive. That's amazing. Zach says, people have to guess titles and artists. 365 people have taken this quiz, and our man JPS here is 17th place. Very impressive. 365 people.
Wow.
So I guess it's online maybe, and you're able to track like how many people have taken it. That's interesting. I bet you might be able to do
I don't know.
pretty decently with that. And Zach says, "Hi, Catherine. You're very welcome. That's nice of you to say, and I'm glad you checked out some other vids. And they're really cool. Zach's videos are really awesome." And Kyle says, "They had me sing along when they covered Cheap Tricks. I Want You to Want Me and other duet covers." Neat. It's not online. It has to be done in person. So I guess you have how would that work? So do you have them all edited together or something like that, and you just go over them one by one? Did you say 100? 100 songs? 100 different song clips spanning several decades. What decade does it start in? Because I bet you'd probably do well in the earlier stuff, and I might be able to do some of the later stuff. But if it was in college, it probably would span to probably the 90s or something like that, I'd imagine, right, Zach? Then a girlfriend made a music quiz for me about 10 years after I made the one in college. Some basic thing, 100 songs, some basic thing. And I just made a new music quiz earlier this year, again with 100 songs. Yeah, so the music on the first quiz spans the 50s to the mid 90s, because the 50s and the 50s I would be horrible at, but you probably would be pretty good 50s, 60s, 70s. I probably might be better at the
Yeah,
80s and 90s stuff.
yeah, I think you probably would be.
We can team up. The music quiz is super fun and a little nerve wracking, but I bet. But so the person who, so if you're 17th, the JPS, how many songs did you get? And the person who is in first place, did they get
Oh, that's crazy.
all of them? Yeah. So that's the. We have cats and like Snoopies and stuff like that. James says, I saw Zach a couple of days ago on the show You Bet Your Life with Jay Leno. I've been meaning to check that out. I know that you had posted a link for that. It's amazing the stuff that you get into.
Yeah.
I'm also curious about how you had that Japanese television crew, and I'm curious about how that went for you, because I think you mentioned that that they did something recently, and curious to know like what kind of feedback that you get about stuff like that, especially from overseas, or if you do like find out about like how people overseas think about what you're doing. That would be really cool to know. Zach says, my newest quiz has 2 songs per year, not in chronological order, from 1970 to 2019. 2019. I could probably still do that. I would say that's the last like 10 years or so. I wouldn't know a whole lot of stuff. But that's you get into such a like cool things. It's so cool. And JPS says, I don't know exactly how close to first place I am. I scored over 100 out of 200 points, I think. Because it's 100 artists, 100 songs. Okay. So, okay, because sometimes you can probably get the song or artist, like, and vice versa, and you would get some kind of points either way. So that's pretty fair. That's more fair than like if you had like, I mean, again, like we would probably have like more of always like coming back to us, like how would we do? But I bet we would do pretty okay. Zach says, my favorite concert experience was probably seeing U2 at FedEx Field in DC about 13 years ago. I think there were like 90,000 people. I really don't see many concerts.
Wow.
U2 13 years ago.
That might have been
when we saw them together.
Yeah, we saw them too.
Yeah. I've seen U2 a few times, but that's the one I think that we saw together. And that would have been when we saw them. It was at ACC, right?
Yeah, it was
so
Air
Canada.
They put on a great show.
They do. Sure. I mean, and they know how to do a stadium show. So for you, Zach, who's your favorite band? If you're not a live guy, how do you like to listen to music? Because we were also talking about how Joe's a vinyl guy. So Zach says top score on the first music quiz is 183 points. JPS got 104. Hitting triple digits is very tough. Especially the 50s stuff, I'd imagine. And Zach says, and hey, James, glad you're here too. Yeah.
James is here.
And James won because we had a giveaway from earlier this week, and he got the Tron 20th anniversary collector's edition. So he won that, and we're going to be sending that out to him. And Kyle says, after this video, I'm going to do a short video and post it to my channel, the Shonen Knife stuff I like to, yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Yeah, and I guess, and just blown away by like the experiences that people have had. It's amazing. Zach's like, I'm an individual song gatherer, never got into albums. I know I have I don't know, that's weird. So just based on how many songs I have of everyone, the Beatles are far and away my favorite. And we've had some like Beatles conversations
Oh yeah, big
this
time.
this past week.
Actually,
Joe's gonna show you
I
again.
have a tour program from 1964 of the Beatles that I picked up at a flea market, I think, years ago. So kind of a neat thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're interested in this kind of stuff, Zach, and I'm probably and everybody else out there too. And we've talked a little bit about it already. But the Peter Jackson
That's going
documentary
to be great.
is going to be coming out soon on the 25th, I think, so next week sometime. And it's going to be like about 6 hours of Beatles stuff from the Let It Be sessions, and
I've never seen the original film.
oh no.
No, I maybe like a really grainy copy back in the 80s, and it's been out of print forever. I think you can only get it on VHS, the original film, or Laserdisc or something. But so to see this film and how clear it is, and this unseen footage, I think it's going to be amazing for a Beatles fan, or even just a fan of rock and roll in general.
Yeah, it's well, and I think like Peter Jackson is somebody who doesn't limit himself to timing. I mean, if you know think about like the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit and stuff like that, he's like, if I'm gonna do 6 hours of, you're gonna give me an opportunity
he
to
probably
do
saw
6 hours.
every piece of footage
Yeah,
out of
so
57
so
hours.
56 hours or something like that.
They filmed,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, which is really, really cool. But anyway, so excited about that because one of the things, it might be a little bit morbid, but like when last year they talked about releasing this, they talked about releasing it in August of this year. And when I had first gotten diagnosed and I heard about this documentary, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be around to see this thing. So the fact that, well, first of all, it stinks that they moved it from August to November, but that I'm still here to be able to watch it. I'm again like sort of hopefully that's not a doubter, but it's a pretty cool thing for me. James was saying would love to try the music quiz that Zach has. Zach, if you were to put that somewhere, or like you could probably like host your own show or something like that about that, I think that would be really, really cool.
Have your own game show.
Yeah.
Zach Campbell.
Yeah.
Music quiz.
And I guess like if as long as like the clips are short enough, you don't have to deal with like copyright strikes and things. And Abby's here. Hi, Abby.
Hi, Abby.
I hope you're doing well, and thank you for joining us. I know like we've been at this for a while, but it's been pretty neat so far. We've been having fun.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about music especially in the
else?
last little while. But so glad to see you, Abby. Thank you for coming by. And Catherine was saying, I love seeing you two 4 times. Wow. Their shows are really well done. From the Silverdome days in Detroit to Air Canada Center, they do a great show. They really do. They really do. And I've seen you two maybe 3 times. And the last time was at the Air Canada Center.
I think my sister may have saw them in like 79 or something at like a club or a little bar in Toronto back then.
They played the Horseshoe at some point.
That's probably when, yeah, because my sister's older than I am, but
yeah,
she always says that back in Toronto back then, bars and stuff would be closed on early, like 9 o'clock or something. So they had all these booze cans open up around the city, and she says she remembers she was at one of them, and was it Adam Clayton and Larry Mullins?
The 2 lesser known.
Yeah, they were there when the place got busted, and they were like, "Oh, we didn't know. We just came in, and the police just let them go."
2 Irish boys.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, let the English guys go," even though they were Irish.
Yeah. I mean,
some
Zach, I
funny
think
stories.
that we might be interested in the music quiz as well if you're taking any takers for that. Catherine says, "I'm so happy you're going to see it." Yeah,
Mm.
the Beatles thing. Thank you so much. Zach says YouTube gets mad if you have 4 seconds of music, and on the music quiz, all the clips are pretty much between 1 and 12 seconds. Womp
Mm.
womp. I was gonna. I don't want to bother you, so I didn't text you. But we had what did? Oh, so it was for the video where we met James,
Mm-hmm.
and we were able to watch a Jays game versus the Yankees, again from one of the field view rooms at the Sky Dome, and there was music.
They were playing Blondie very
Yeah,
loud.
really,
Yeah.
really loud, and I got a copyright for it, but I found this this online thing that stripped the music out, and so it ended up just being some of the lyrics. I mean, it was a little bit messy, but it stripped the music out, and it wasn't just the Blondie; it was other
Yeah, yeah.
clips too, where because it was just you could just hear the lyrics being sung. Again,
But
not
like
super
in the
clean.
background.
Yeah, but it passed. So I wasn't
Mm.
sure if that was something that you had tried, or kind of curious about or interested in. But I was thinking about you when I was doing that, because I know you've had some YouTube copyright stuff that has hit you, and and I think it stinks when that happens. But
Yeah.
yeah.
YouTube's gotta I don't know, just be more relaxed and
Well,
stuff like
it's
that.
and I see what Zach's like frustrations with
Yeah, he
how they handle his videos and stuff like
mhm.
that, and it's just crappy,
Yeah.
and I just yeah I just there's so many other places and kind of like content that they could pick on.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure.
And it's like, why, like, why Zach stuff
Yeah.
of all stuff. So it's so we've been thinking about, but yeah, it's it's pretty
Yeah.
incredible stuff. But again, we've yeah, like yeah, the Beatles, um,
Get back.
yeah, and Zach was just mentioning about how like there's mostly he has mostly Beatles stuff, even though like he was saying that he's not an album guy.
Mm.
Um, so it must have been a lot like that. The iTunes thing is probably more your speed, because before it was more about albums, and but after sort of like the streaming thing started coming in, it was more about being selective about the kind of songs that you'd want to be able to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So Zach says, interesting about the music stripping program. Haven't used that. Have other ways to hide music, talking over it, or patching in other ambient sound from the stadium. Such a pain.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd imagine that it is. Yeah, and I was surprised that the music stripping thing actually that it was strange, because with the Blondie song, it was One Way or Another,
Mm-hmm.
and you could just hear her sing the song with no music.
Yeah, yeah, with no
Uh,
bass, no drums,
it's
no.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's so this program was
Yeah.
able to just to totally strip out the
Yeah.
music. It was really
One
strange.
way or another.
I don't know that it sounded
I'm
like
gonna
that
get
exactly.
you. One way.
James says, saw you two 10 years ago at Rice Eccles
Mm.
Stadium. There's so many different interesting stadiums. It probably isn't even called that anymore.
Mm.
I'd imagine they
Yeah, it's
keep
probably like the
renaming.
FedEx Center or something like that. Or
I mean, that's not even the worst of it. I think the uh, there's some really terrible stadium
yeah,
names. The one, like, there's an insurance one that's really awful. I don't know. I don't think it's called like Cut Rate Stadium.
yeah, Hurray. Low rate stadium.
But it's something like
Yeah.
that. It's
Car
awful. Like
insurance.
some of the stuff that they name these stadiums now. Zach says, even before the internet, I was plucking individual songs from people. I had a ton of mixtapes back in the day that I made from friends' tapes and CDs, so the quality was shitty a lot of the time. I used to make.
Everybody did.
Yeah, but I used to make mixtapes from radio.
Me too, yeah.
So, I mean, not exactly legal, but
Yeah.
I totally remember. And I actually still have some of those like mixed tapes. I don't have any way of. Oh no, that's not true. We have maybe a Walkman or two,
Yep.
kind of like.
They're making a comeback, cassette tapes, because vinyl is just so expensive to produce now, and the price of oil's gone up, and oil is used to make vinyl. So that's why you have $50, $60 records now, which is crazy. So people are doing cassette tapes. A lot of bands and even the mainstream, they're releasing stuff on cassette tape. Um, like the new Halloween movie, the soundtrack, it's on vinyl, but it's on cassette tape as well, and it's like
that's hilarious.
I
I
know,
didn't think
half
that
the price.
they were. I didn't realize that they were releasing anything on cassette tapes. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I swear, I still have like mixtapes from like back in the day, like when we would have known each other. That's like, I mean, it's pretty crazy. But I also remember, for those of you who are in Canada, you might know a show called The New Music. And back in the day, and he's still around, and he actually does stuff for Apple Music, I think, at this point now, and maybe some radio stuff. There's a guy named George Stephanopoulos. Strombo. Stephanopoulos is the American guy. Strombopoulos. Anyway, Strombo, and he used to host a show called The New Music, which was a really cool like music show that they used to have here in Canada. And on his last in the last show, and he was signing off, he was talking about how, and that was like once like CDs were in. But I remember him saying, I remember him saying, it's cool to share music with people. So make those mixtapes and share them with the people that you care about, because that's part of how music gets shared, and that's how we get to experience new music and also share things with one another. So I that at the time actually had inspired me to put some CDs together and to send them out to people. So that was really cool too. But Zach is saying, I hated copying off the radio. The stupid DJs, they always do. Always. Well, they're not so bad now, actually, because sometimes we listen to the radio. Isn't so bad.
But back then they would have been
all over. Yeah. And probably some of it is because they don't want people to have been able to record. I had 100 mixtapes. Whoa, with no songs repeating.
Wow.
That's incredible. Unless it was a cover of a song by a different artist. The fact that you are able to like keep track of that, and I know that you're meticulous about like doing all of that stuff. It's incredible how your brain works. Honestly, I think that's amazing. Kyle is saying, just flip through my vinyl crates to have a few eye candy additions to the short. I'm gonna shoot for you in Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, just would love to see that. And Joe's like,
well, we were talking about tapes, and I just had this lying around. Kiss Destroyer cassette tape.
Joe has been the one guy tonight who's I'm
like Carrot Top. I have props.
but Kiss props, like specifically, because everybody else is like, okay, Kiss,
yeah, okay,
Kiss, and he's been like, look at this Kiss thing and look at this Kiss thing.
No,
the one thing that we did do earlier is we had a giveaway for the Kiss this pick from Eric Singer, who is the drummer, the current drummer for Kiss. a little while ago. He was helping a friend out on YouTube, and they were auctioning off some of Kiss memorabilia, and we were able to get a couple of these picks. So we gave them away for some folks. And Joe's a big Kiss fan, and
But I'm a big fan of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and Jimi Hendrix and
yeah. Oh no, not saying that he's only a Kiss fan, but I feel like based on like the folks that we've been talking to tonight, he's been the one guy who's
yeah,
like,
I'm the only Kiss fan.
yeah, and the rest of us are like, okay,
Yeah,
Joe,
right,
okay. Um, Zach is saying, I still have my types of lists of every song on every tape. My very first song on my first mixtape was Stairway to Heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of that tape, I had Whitney Houston and Two Live Crew.
Wow.
Wow, that's really eclectic.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Catherine, it's so funny how like you and I have like such like similar experiences. Like we were talking about how we were at the same REM show a few years ago, and that's pretty remarkable. Catherine
That was
saying,
a good show he had too.
the new music.
Yeah.
The new music was an awesome show, and there was some really weird, like we were talking about U2. They did an interview with U2. It would have been JD Roberts, who's actually like a Fox guy now, but he used to be like a VJ.
He was in his 20s.
Yeah, here in Canada, he used to be like a music rock guy, JD Roberts. Yeah.
Toronto Rocks, yeah.
No, Toronto Rocks
that was
was John Majors. But yeah, but JD Roberts used to be on Much Music and New Music, and he and what's her name, the one with the big lips, who does fashion television. Anyway, Jeannie Becker. They used to like, interview all these guys that would come to town, and the U2 back in the 70s. They interviewed them at a donut shop. It was like really funny. But the new music for a long time was a really, really cool show up here in Canada. And I don't know what happened to it after George left. But that last episode was really cool.
It almost seems like those days when there were videos and video shows. It's like obviously it happened in the past, but it kind of almost feels like I kind of miss those days of artists putting out videos and them being in heavy rotation on shows like that.
Like the fact that they used to have like video shows.
I know
is a hilarious thing. Kyle says, I have a cassette of Minneapolis Genius, Prince's first session when he was still a kid. Wow. Gosh, your collection must be incredible. And JPS says, bad job by DJs talking over songs, but as a person who would tape the same song over and over, I would like it because I was really documenting a snapshot in time. Oh, that's interesting. So I like that I captured that particular instance of the song being played, and the DJ talking it over it made it unique.
It's true.
NFT before NFT. That's really funny. So like, oh, got that. Abby is saying, I remember recording dance music from the radio over my mom's Christian songs. And your mom would be like ready to listen to her songs. It's like, what happened? But the question is, would she dance? Sloan, thank you so much, and please get in touch about thing I'd like to send out to you. So please let me know.
Thank
you. I know I owe you a note as well, and that'll be coming your way soon. Thanks, Sloan. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, but truly, like it's so funny, right? Like the stuff like like mixtapes and things like that. Like how many people would actually
do that now.
yeah.
But you know what? There's a lot of kids into cassette tapes. I do see it, and um, it's almost like they want something old. Like, and even VHS, I think, is making like a comeback.
The fact that you were saying that they're releasing things on cassette is so
They
strange.
are. They have.
It's
Yeah.
so strange. Catherine is saying, join me in the room. Your video is your prop room. You're a Carrot Top Joe.
Yes.
The Carrot Top
Yeah.
Show.
We actually saw Carrot Top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was something
years ago, and
yeah.
he was actually put on a very good show.
I mean, it's entertaining, but he's
a weird looking dude.
He's a
yeah.
weird looking. Not only is he a weird looking dude, he's weird.
Yeah, I tried.
And I mean, it was kind of funny.
When Norm Macdonald died, Carrot Top played that clip from, I guess, Conan, of him kind of like ribbing him, sort of thing, and he talked about that movie that he was in,
Chairman of the board.
Chairman of the board. And I actually like, so I actually looked it up.
Get out of here!
I tried to watch it and I couldn't.
Oh my god!
It was so bad. I think I got like 5 minutes into it, and I'm like, I have
That's
to turn
so
this
funny
off.
that you actually went to the point where you looked it up and was like tried to watch it.
No,
because
I Googled, like, that's the only movie he ever did.
Well,
right?
sure.
And yeah. So, anyways.
But it's so funny still. This is Abby talking about her mom. She did not dance.
No dancing.
Aw, it's too bad. She could have taken that opportunity to make the best of the situation. Abby was saying, like, while at Kyle for, yeah. Abby, like, you missed a lot of, like, stuff that Kyle, like, it's the stuff that.
He's got tons.
Oh my goodness. Like, incredible collection, like his experiences. It's been amazing that we've been sharing a lot of just people's experiences, and just how diverse and like mind-blowing. Like, I'm literally feeling like genres, like not just music though, just like also like just life experiences. And like we Sloan just left, but she was coming in from like New Zealand, and she's originally from Canada, and like the fact that like that people have had these experiences is just been pretty cool, and that people have been sharing their experiences has been really neat. And I've just been learning so much about a lot of things today too, so that's been really cool. Yeah, I mean, do people still have, well, I mean, I think like Zach still has his mixtapes, it sounds like. My mixtapes are not anywhere near as organized. They're just in like a case. But yeah, like it's funny. I should probably listen to a couple of them again, and it's been.
I have a tape deck. You can bring it home. You can hook it up and play some cassette tapes.
Yeah, but we probably also have Walkmans lying around, do we not? Or no?
There might be one, yeah.
the fact that we actually do have like things sort of like lying around is sort of like based on the fact that like Joe he deals in vinyl, and he has like cassette tapes. He deals in cassette tapes too. Not as many, but like we have some, and some gaming, particularly like console gaming stuff, and some comic books and things. So so we have like a lot of like random things sort of like lying around, but it is pretty cool. And we also have an opportunity to do like interesting giveaways that like to have like a Tron DVD lying around and so forth. So Zach says, I finally got rid of mine. They were in a closet of my mom's place, and she wanted them out. So rather than schlepping them to my place and never listening to them, I check them. Ah, it is a it does take up a lot of
Yeah,
space
they
though.
do.
Yeah. Um,
They do.
Zach, your your mom's bookstore is part of, is it Booksellers? Because I was looking for it, or I saw it the other day, and I was just wondering if her place had something to do with that particular documentary. If you're interested in letting me know, I'd be curious about that. Um, yeah, it's been we've been going on we've been going on for
That's crazy.
a while. It's been fun. Like, people have been coming and going.
Yeah,
We started out like
one person.
with Cheryl, who's like really really cool. And she's in the West Coast. And like she's been hanging with us for a while now. And people have been,
Kiko popped in.
Kiko popped in, been coming and going. And yeah, like it's been a lot of fun tonight. At first I was just kind of like talking about like my health update and like blah blah blah, and I wasn't sure, what interest people would have in me, sort of like going off about that kind of stuff. But I'm really glad um, to see everybody here. This has been so much fun. So Zach is like, yeah, it's featured in that documentary. Is that the question? Yeah. I guess the question is, it's booksellers, or um, I yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a documentary, and for some reason I thought that your mom's like bookstore had something to do with it. And so it was sort of foggy. So I guess the question itself was foggy too. But it is featured in that documentary. So if I see it again, I'm gonna make sure to watch it, because I love documentaries. Kyle is saying it's called Minneapolis Genius 94 East, copyrighted 7677 from Hot Pink Records, with Andre. Ooh, I'm not going to slaughter names. I'll put in the video too. There's a lot that you're going to put into this video, Kyle. That's pretty cool. um, it's so Kyle, I'm curious to know how you got started with all of the music stuff. Like, was it through doing like security work? I know that you mentioned, but you must be been a music person, to be able to perform and to have that interest. But I'm just really curious to know like how you got started um, with your interest in music, and all of these experiences that you've had, because this is also like really really cool. Yeah, I mean, and like just for you to have all of this stuff too, and just to know, like, I don't know, it's crazy. I think it's amazing. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's been a lot of fun.
Definitely have to look
Catherine is saying, during treatment, I watch a lot of resellers on YouTube. I can't believe the rise on things since the word vintage has become trendy. Just do you sell don't you sell concert t-shirts? They're fetching a pretty penny.
they certainly are. You know what? That's interesting. I used to, because I would say probably 15 years ago, you could go into a thrift store, like a place like Value Village, which I guess in the States it's Savers or whatever
I
the
think
thing
they might even
is.
have Value Village, no?
Yeah. Well, regardless,
It's
but
the same
yeah, you
company.
could go into a Value Village or a Goodwill or Salvation Army, and you could find like everything was so cheap back then. Like you could find vintage T-shirts for like 50 cents. I kid you not. Like, and I found some really cool ones. Probably the oldest one I ever found um, was a Who, and it was from like 1978. um, and it was like some British festival they did, and it had like a soccer ball on it. But it was so small, like it shrunk, so it was sleeveless. That's probably the oldest one I ever found, but I found some really cool things, like I think like original um, David Bowie shirt from, I guess, like the mid '90s or that. And I remember selling that for like $15 or something on eBay way back when, and now it's like hundreds of dollars, you know.
Joe's been reselling for a very long time, and he was doing like the concert T-shirt stuff like way before
It got trendy.
they got trendy, and now I guess like they're just hard to find. But
They're
you know,
really hard to find.
but
Yeah.
recently the U2 one,
Yeah.
funnily
Yeah.
enough.
Funny. Like, um, she. We went to a Goodwill because we were looking for like purple shirts, so found one. So, but she found this U2 Joshua Tree T-shirt.
It's a tour T-shirt.
Yeah, from 2017, and it hasn't been worn.
Oh, okay. It was that one where they did
Yeah,
the
like
whole
the
album.
anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but still, that's a cool thing to find, right?
Mm,
And somebody probably paid 40, 50, $60 for that T-shirt at the concert.
yeah.
So I have a couple, nothing like super old. I have a Rush one from 2005 or something. It's all um, tie dyed. They did some sort of '60s flashback record, and there might be one or two I have left, but I do look for them, but not as
It's hard
much
to
as I used
find.
to. But they're really
It's so
hard to
hard to
find.
find.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you can look, but it's
Even
probably like
vintage.
picked
Yeah,
over.
you could find vintage, video game T-shirts, or I actually remember finding like a mint Disney Epcot shirt, like when it opened
Oh,
in
Disney
'82,
stuff.
and back then, like 15, 16 years ago, I think I sold it for like $35, which was a ton of money for like a T-shirt back in
Yeah.
early 2000s or whatever.
Disney stuff really still like
Yeah,
especially the
that would be
vintage
a
stuff.
fortune now, I'm
Yeah.
sure. So.
I mean, even places like Shinola, I think
Mm.
this is the place in that's out of Detroit. They do a lot of vintage stuff, but it's high end.
Oh yeah.
Remember when we went to Shinola? I think that's the name of the store, and they had like vintage Disney stuff for like an Epcot or
Yeah.
something like that, and it was like $200 for a T-shirt, and you could totally just tell like they just found it in a thrift store or something somewhere because it wasn't even mint or anything like that. But um, JPS says, I can't believe how much my 90s concert T-shirts are worth now. Should have bought two of each.
Oh, for
Not selling the
sure.
Nirvana one, but have considered selling some others.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what? It's so funny. Like, um, there's a bunch of vintage stores that opened in Toronto, selling like used T-shirts, and I walked by one, and it's when you went to see Julia. I had some time to kill. I just walked in to take a look, and even the stuff they're selling that is like vintage, it's not even good. It's just like, oh, this is crappy. It's like, yeah, it's 20 years old, but it's all stained. It looks crappy. It's not like a cool band or a cool logo or something. And people, I guess younger people buy this stuff.
yeah.
Like, and I'm like, that's like a terrible design. Like,
But I
but
mean, people have like different tastes, like
yeah,
design wise, like based on, I think
yeah,
generationally
yeah.
too.
But like a band like Nirvana or Slayer or like a metal band, like a vintage T-shirt from like the '90s of that or '80s, like they're stupidly expensive.
Yeah.
But
Well,
people buy them
people think they're
four or
cool.
$500. Like
Well,
it's.
I'm gonna actually like throw up with something Catherine said too. But Kyle says I'm a social butterfly because I asked him about how he got into all the stuff. Had a reputation as a Marine. What kind of a reputation did you have as a Marine? An old song and dance man wrapped in Griff package. Used to play Rocky in touring. Oh,
Wow.
how cool is that? Cast of Rocky Horror, Friends of Friends, Small World, really. Wow, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, like everything that you say, like it was like all of a sudden
That's our favorite
Kyle's like
musical.
Rocky. I wouldn't say that it's what's one of my it's certainly one of my favorites, but it's one of the ones that I could like recite a lot of. I've seen it a ton of times. I do love Rocky Horror, but the fact that that you played Rocky, that's awesome. If you have pictures, now that's something that I think that you should put on your channel too, or even a performance. You might need a supporting cast.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah. So Catherine was saying I sold 5 Lollapalooza shirts at 350 to 500.
Wow.
Yeah, shocked. I need treatment money. Anything I can sell. Yeah.
Do it.
Old stock concert shirts are crazy. Yeah. Wow. It's true, and I'm glad that you were able to get what you did for them.
But you know what? You can still, like, it'd be hard to find something from the 80s or 90s or 70s now, but some of the newer bands, you do see like Coldplay T-shirts or stuff like that from time to time. So I don't know what the like maybe you buy that stuff now.
It's a lot of work.
And
It really is a lot of work, though.
Well, I mean, the great thing I liked about T-shirts was they don't get broken. They're light to ship. You can ship them. They don't take up a lot of space.
But reselling is a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
It's something that Joe is good at and loves to do, but it's
tough.
It's to go and I think that you really get a kick out of.
I like finding things. I get excited.
It's sort of like a treasure hunt.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this back up, but I found this at a Goodwill for $3. I'm like, look at what a pretty case for one of the baseballs that we got from New York, and
I noticed that we haven't put it in.
Yeah, I mean we have to do that. But it's like little things like that. Like it's like, oh, this is cool, or finding, that Peanuts book, the other day for $2, and just little things like that. It's fun to find. I did find a stereo recently, a Technics 600 SA amplifier. Beautiful condition. This thing, like with the wood thing, like metal and wood, excellent shape. It weighed like 80 pounds. I took it on my bike and it broke my arm almost carrying it. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Like there was power and stuff, so I ended up just selling it as is to somebody.
But it is exciting for you to find
for
these
sure,
things,
like to see something that old and that condition, like
somehow
that survived somehow.
And somehow,
pretty amazing.
Or even that it survived getting out on a
truck floor, and not being thrown around.
A floor of a thrift store.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So Catherine's saying it's all about the single stitch for those. You know more about this than
yeah.
The single stitch would be, I guess, like the way that the t-shirts are. Yeah. The
Screen Stars is a big '90s
brand.
For t-shirts.
Oh.
Like late '80s, '90s.
Kindred spirits. Are we talking about the Rocky Horror? Because that would be true. I shamelessly share old photos on Facebook. It's a place to do it for sure. Yeah. But if you are like putting a video together, Kyle, if you want to throw in some of those like Rocky Horror pictures, that would be an amazing thing to see for sure. Um, Here we go. JPS says, if it never got answered, Brooklyn Cyclones. Oh, it didn't get answered.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Our newish minor league baseball team, affiliate of the Mets, and they play on Coney Island.
Interesting.
There you go.
There we go.
Thank you so much, JPS.
Neat.
That's the one thing that we don't really have up here in Canada, or the. I mean, I think that we have, like Vancouver might have a few, or out west, but we don't have, I don't think, affiliates or like minor league.
We have the Buffalo Bisons, but they're in Buffalo.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like we don't have them like over in Canada. And what really stunk, like during, I mean, there's a reason why the Jays were playing in Buffalo, but as it was unfortunate that they were just across a bridge, and we weren't able to go and watch the Jays play in Buffalo. But if we were able to do that, then they probably would have been able to play here. So it's one of those things. But they had an interesting, challenging season as a result of that. Catherine says it's all about Nirvana on the concert shirt. Oh, I'm sure, because of the death of Kurt Cobain. He didn't perform. He didn't. I bought 5 shirts, never wore them, and had them in a bucket. Oh my gosh.
Wow. That's a gold mine.
Yeah, but I'm glad that you were able to do so for your treatments, because I know that's it's challenging to fund that. So to have like it is like a treasure chest to some degree, right? Like, or like who would have thought that these concert shirts, like JPS was saying earlier, to have them, like, who would have thought that they would be like what they are now, or what you would be able to get for them now, I think, which is pretty incredible. And so the fact that you have been able to have these shirts and be able to get them for your treatment, I'm glad that you're able to do that, for sure. I think I got rid of all of my.
No, you have that REM one. The
Oh
bunny.
Yeah, the bunny.
It's from '95.
Oh, it's funny that you would know that.
I used
I'm
to
just
wear
sort of
it.
like,
yeah.
JPS says, oh wow, now I gotta check my Lola 94 shirt. Pretty sure Nirvana, not on mine though. I gotta figure I'd have noticed that. Got it at the concert, so by then I think they were all corrected.
Wow.
Gosh, I wish I would have seen Nirvana.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I really wish I would have seen Nirvana.
That was like such a moment for so many people. Like just hearing that album, it sounded so different at the time. And I remember seeing them on Saturday Night Live with some friends at somebody's house, and we were just like blown away, like just how different that band was with everything else that was going on at the time. Just
the energy and
and
just
the emotion and the I guess the rage too, and just
for sure. Catherine was saying reselling is so hard. I respect your hustle, Joe. I love your show and portion.
Thank you.
It is. It's a hustle.
Reselling is really. You know what? I enjoy it, but it's really, really difficult, and it's getting more and more difficult. But I was never somebody, like, I've seen guys like lining up at like a estate sale, like, like 3 in the morning, and it opens at 7 or 8, and they will literally knock over like some old lady or something just to get some object. I that kind of thing, I just can't stand it. I would never ever do that. But there's people out there like that literally just, I'm going to get this. I'm going to push everything out of the way.
It's sort of like how, like what people say about Zach, and how people are like, oh, like he pushes people to get to balls and stuff. And it's like, no, like,
No.
like, you're like, you do what you do it with respect, and it doesn't mean that you have to, like push people out of the way or be like disrespectful in the process, and there are people who are like that in anything, unfortunately. And I know that you're somebody who like goes about what you do decently, and you are respectful of other people, and that's yeah, it's because it is like you see some crazy stuff, but I think that you can see that in a lot of different places. So people could be crappy in anything.
No, for sure.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah. JPS says like Nirvana hit at the perfect time for me, having just turned 16, flipped my world upside down. I wonder how old I would have been. I would have been older than that. I think like when he passed, I was first year university. So yeah. Wow, it's been fun, and I really like again, like, thank you all so much for joining us. We've been on for a number of hours now. And
24-hour live stream.
yeah, that's what we could probably do that, and it'd be fun. Like, learn a lot of stuff for sure. It's been incredible. JPS is we're the same age, I thought. I think we're older. Joe's older than me. Well, I'm 40.
I'll be turning 50.
Yeah, and I just turned 47. So I think like you're like, based on what you just said about Nirvana, I would imagine that you're maybe a few years younger than us. Catherine is saying, Joe, I just sold a vintage Rubbermaid laundry basket of my mom's for $175. It was the right color, and I watched the reseller talk about if you have them, it's a bolo. So I got I should know what bolo is. So I got on and sold it in 2 days.
Wow.
Woo!
That's great.
The Rubbermaid. It's the same with like
Starbucks mugs.
Starbucks mugs. Certainly Starbucks mugs. And
coffee mugs too. Actually.
Certain coffee mugs.
Older ones.
Yeah, but like we were talking about earlier, like Disney stuff.
Yeah. I sold.
But I was talking.
Sorry.
But sorry. What is the glassware?
Oh,
Pyrex and stuff like that. But not just Pyrex. The stuff with the Is it Pyrex, the ones with the designs and stuff like that? The white.
Yeah. We watch a guy called Taco Stacks.
Well, Joe watches
it. So he's actually a picker. So he films himself and he picks like scrap metal out of the garbage, and sometimes
he's a
But then he'll go
picker.
to a trash picker, and then he'll go to some flea market and they'll sell the trash that he found, like certain items and stuff. But he does go to thrift stores, and that's kind of where
you're still here after all this time.
that's
My goodness.
What we learned.
Kyle, it's been a 4 hour.
Yeah.
We're kind of crazy. This has just been so much fun that we've just stayed on. JPS and I am 46, so we're about all the same age. Catherine says 46 as well. Cheryl was saying courting, yes. Courting bowl and glassware. Yeah. That stuff too.
Actually, that's something I guess like a year ago or something. I went to a Salvation Army, and I don't know a lot about glassware or anything. I'm trying to learn more about that. And I saw these plates. They were like 7-inch plates, like a stack of them.
You have to get in.
Sorry, like a stack of them. And they looked very interesting to me. They were Asian, and they had these beautiful illustrations on them. Um, and I flipped them over, and there were basically they were hand painted, and they were Korean, and they were only like 99 cents each. So I bought all 9 of them. I'm like, oh, these are really interesting, and um, I found out that they were from like the 1940s, and I couldn't find a lot of information on them, but I put one of them up on eBay. I'm like, okay, like, one of these things sold, like the bigger plates sold years ago, and for whatever, like $20 or something like that. So I put them up, and basically some guy just contacted me, and he's like, I'll pay you $65 for that plate. And I'm like, oh wow. um, and I got all this response, and they ended up selling all 9 of them to the guy for like $600 or something like that. But they, who knows, like, I'm not like an art dealer or anything like that, but
Sometimes like you just don't know what you'll come across, and something will
yeah,
maybe catch your eye or
yeah.
whatever, and
I,
then the
I
next
knew
thing you
they
know.
were I knew they were interesting. I knew they were old, and I mean they were only 99 cents each. So I mean it was worth picking them up, regardless if they were fake or whatever. So I
But
mean
reselling, like that's the thing. Like sometimes you hit it, and other times you end up like
with nothing, yeah.
and then Joe beats himself up sometimes when he'll buy something and it doesn't turn out to be anything. But it's like, well, but you're not going to strike gold all the time.
No, for sure.
And but when you do, like sometimes it could be very profitable, which happened in this case. So Catherine was saying shipping, it was not easy. So the Rubbermaid thing that you were talking about,
Mm.
to California,
Oh my
goodness
God.
gracious.
Yeah.
um well, that wasn't much fun. But for treatment cash, nothing is safe, so I will sell it. Yeah, well, like that would have been um, quite a challenge to ship out
Hmm.
there. But
Yeah.
again, I'm glad that you were able to
Yeah. If you
get
could,
that for your treatment.
yeah. Yeah.
So and Catherine goes like, "Way to go, Joe!" And that's for the
The
plates.
plates, yeah.
And JP,
Lucky.
yeah, very lucky. And JPS is saying, I wanna say your birthday is 10/4, which you said after the game at Yankee Stadium. And if you're 47, you were born the same day and year as my other New York City friend.
Mm.
Um, huh. It is October the 4th. And It's funny. Like, so I'm 47 this year, and I was born in 1974. So other 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 New York friend. I'm not sure exactly what the other is, but that's neat. Kyle was saying, have to wait for now.
Yeah.
I know, after all this time. Thank you so much
Thank
for hanging
you.
out on your birthday, Kyle, and
It's
for,
awesome.
oh gosh, all the
Happy
information.
birthday.
Happy birthday, and we're really looking forward to the video that you're going to put together. So thank you so much, and great to hang out for a while. And I'm really stuck on seeing you as Rocky, a picture of you as Rocky. So I'm hoping that'll happen sometime soon.
Mm.
But again, happy birthday,
Happy
and,
birthday.
and thank you for everything that you've shared with us. Really cool. Oh, peace and love. Peace, love, and light, but we'll do the Ringo Star.
Peace and
Peace and
loves.
love. Thank you, Kyle. And Catherine's like, thank you, Mio, for doing this on Pancreatic Cancer Day. I want my pin all day.
Mm.
We were both
Purple.
purple. Um, yeah, I mean, I talked about it at the beginning, a little bit a long time ago. Um, and I'm not. I mentioned I'm not an expert at about pancreatic cancer at all. I'm, if anything, just an expert on how I've, I guess, chosen to deal with it. But I think that if anything, it's really important for people to be aware of their own health history, their family history, but also just just to have an understanding of like where we each are individually health wise, because I think until a lot of us experience something difficult happening, or these health things that come up, we don't necessarily think about what can happen for us. And so I think that not only is it, I think, necessary, or I mean, the pancreatic cancer thing is really, really hard, because like funding and research, there is not a lot of it, because the population for folks who end up getting pancreatic cancer tend to be a little bit older, and it's a very difficult cancer to detect. There isn't even a reliable test. If anything, that if that was something that was possible to fund, it would be incredible. But at the same time, I kind of like hit a wall around like how you talk about it, or how that even starts to happen. But anyway, thank you for the folks that came by today to hang out with us, and hope that if anything, just to maybe have just a consideration around taking care of yourself. And also the other piece for me that's really, really important is just being good in the world, to love in the world. We talked about Ted Lasso a little bit earlier, and how like maybe it's fictionalized and maybe a little bit naive, but I think that it is possible for us to do something, anything, to just to give more love in the world, or to be in the world with more love. I know that sounds maybe a little bit naive and kind of cheesy, but I just hope that that's something that I can bring to the world too. Zach was saying, I'm loving all the good vibes here. Thank you so much, and that's something I'm hoping to bring to the world. That's what I'm hoping. And Abby, thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. And peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's been really cool hanging with everybody. Thank you so much, and I hope there'll be a time, like we're hoping to do more of like these live streams, and even if it isn't World Pancreatic Awareness Day, that you'll hang with us in the future. There'll be, because this has been a lot of fun getting to know everybody, and to to experience everything. So sure. Thank you so much. I hope everybody else has a good night, and yeah. I guess we'll
pretty epic.
Yeah.
Should we go? Should we continue, or call it a night? Let them decide.
I think everybody is like, no, we've had enough of you too. We'll just stay on as like we'll just say good night. Catherine says, I love you both so much. You're an amazing teacher. Oh, thank you so much. You. I don't know that I'm doing any teaching at all, but I do appreciate the good vibes. I do appreciate the good vibes, and it's so incredible. And Cheryl, thank you so much for hanging in. Wow. Goodness gracious! And please get in touch, because I would like to send the stuff about the guitar pick and the sticker. Zach, thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Take good care. And if you have time and you want to send us something about the music thing, I think the quiz that you have, I think that'll be cool. Abby says it's not at all naive. Thank you so much. Catherine says, I'm worried about, no, I'm cool. If I, you know what, if I was like done, thank you so much for your, for being worried. I think that if I was done, I'd be done. I would just, it's almost like I would like totally just power down like a robot or something like that. But I'm actually pretty good. JPS, see you at Fenway in 22. Well, hopefully, we'll see you on the live streams too. You've been awesome. We would love to go there. We'd love to go to Fenway. We would love to go to Fenway. but even earlier this week, you talking about what's more Canadian, like Rush, or you can't do that on television.
Yeah.
That was such an amazing conversation
beach
that we ended at the
filmers.
beach. Well, that was us that no one else knew anything about, but it was really cool of you to. It's just been really great conversation. So it's been great. Catherine says bye Zach, but how are you doing, Catherine? Um, thank you for your concern for me, but I wonder how you're doing because yeah, I had a had a nap earlier. We ran some errands
You had to
earlier.
get cat food.
Yeah, and we'll not talk exactly of like at this point in the live stream. We'll just start talking about like all the like the minute things that we did today. But yeah, like I had a nap between our running of errands and the live stream. So I'm actually doing okay. But thank you for your concern. But yeah, but I really appreciate all of you that have come by, um, and those who stayed with us since the beginning off and on, but even like joined later on and everything like that. So yeah, it's funny, right? Because I still see people on, so I'm like,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you for being here. But
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Over 4 hours, it went by very quickly too. Pretty amazing.
my only thing is that I'm getting thirsty. I think that's
You want
the only
water?
thing. Can you?
Yeah, I'll get your water. Excuse me.
We're the people apparently that like don't like the last people at the club.
Yeah, that won't leave.
Yeah, or the people at the party who like you can't get rid of. It's like those people won't leave. But I mean it's yeah, because I really do appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you. I mean, I wonder though, so Catherine was saying, long day, but I told people at the visitation I had to go so I could get my friend Mia and Joe.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mm. And we're both like, oh, it's nice to have a drink. Need a washroom break. Oh, yeah, it's funny. I haven't
I've just been holding it for 4 hours.
had a need to go. I'm curious to know though, for those of you who are still on, if we were to do these live streams, like, is there a time that works best, day and time that works better for you? Because I'm just sort of like randomly like making up times, but I don't know what might work for other people. So because this is great, and hopefully it's something that you you out there would be interested in maybe dropping by and participating again in the future. If that is something of interest for you, what's like a time and day that might work better, or um, any suggestions around that, and how even to like what things might be interesting to talk about, even any suggestions that you would have out there, I'd be more than it'd be awesome to get, because again, like I think we both enjoy doing this, and being able to interact with everybody and just learning different things. But if you could, yeah, like share with me um, time and day that works better, and the kind of things that maybe you'd be interested in having in terms of topics, or do we just get on
Just wing it.
and just swing it like we've kind of been doing tonight. I did have like a little bit at the beginning about like talking about like my health update and how I was doing today and all that kind of stuff. But after a while, like people were just coming and going tonight as it's been. So if you have any suggestions, that would be awesome. And we'll hang out.
Party.
We'll hang out for another 10 minutes, and then because that'll take us to 12:30, and we'll we'll call it a night from there. But like I said, I think we're.
What did you think about Robbie Ray winning the Cy Young?
What did I think about Robbie Ray winning the Cy Young?
Yeah, because you kind of mentioned to me today that he didn't really thank the Jays or anything like that.
So Robbie Ray was a pitcher for the Jays this year, and he won the Cy Young, which is the pitching title for the American League this year. I think he won it yesterday, and he is free agent, so he's shopping around for a new place to call home, I guess. It was interesting because he really didn't thank the Jays, the fan base. Just said that he had great teammates, or like really like something sort of like really general about like it's great to be around people who are competitive, and they didn't say anything specific like to thanking the organization, and he actually didn't thank the pitching staff of the Jays at all. Like so Robbie Ray, he pretty much said that it's his old pitching coach or something like that helped him turn things around, and so the way that he kind of made it sound like it wasn't like the Jays that or playing for the Jays that did anything for him, which I mean, maybe that's true, but I don't think that you win pitching titles on your own. Even though as a pitcher, it's a very specific thing that you do, but you have to have a team around you, and you have a catcher that's calling the pitches, and like he didn't pitch alone.
Yeah.
And the fact that he didn't really give any of the Jays, or I guess again like the fan base or anything like that, any credit or any mention even at all during the Cy Young speech yesterday was a bit of a turnoff, which kind of made me also think that he probably isn't going to be coming back, but you never know. But it's been exciting this year though, because Vladdy's been amazing, Simeon's been amazing, and Robbie Ray won the Cy Young. Bobichet. But even from an award standpoint, that we got a bunch of Gold Gloves, I think, maybe one or two, and they and Vladdy won something for a batting title, and the MVP that they gave out tonight was 2 Jays and a Japanese guy, so that was pretty exciting. But yeah, so I mean, that's to answer your question about Robbie Ray, my long-winded answer about that. So I was asking about time, evening, day, pick a time. Like you, it's treatment that determines my wellness to participate. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know. I can definitely. We can understand that. And James is saying Thursday same time. That's good. And in terms of sort of like format, was there anything that might work formatically for people? Is that even a word, formatically? I don't even know. But like this freestyle kind of thing work for folks, or would it help to if we pick the topic and sort of went with that, or what's
Swing it.
That's what Joe says. But I'm curious to know if anybody has any thoughts about that. We had a Q&A the other night where we had a bunch of questions of like this or that. And I'm curious to know if that was something that was interesting or curious for people. Catherine says, I love your open talks. You're so supportive. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It just feels like, you know, just I want to make sure that I'm not that we're not like I value people's time and their in your willingness to be here and spend time with us. So I just want to make sure that you know it's something that we all get to participate in as an experience. So Catherine says the Q&A was fun to watch. So maybe that's also something that we can, you know, we can make sure to because it's kind of it's neat to hear people's feedback about stuff like that or their opinions and their preferences over things. So it's great. Yeah. So we'll stay on for see a few people still here. So we'll stay on for a couple more minutes. We're yeah. So that's it was pretty epic.
Yeah, I would say so.
Mm-hmm. We had some cameos, cat cameos, and we had a number of people come in and out, which was a lot of fun. And people like I just still like completely blown away by it, like just like all the stuff that people shared with us today. So I'm like,
yeah,
like really amazed by that.
Learned a lot.
Mm-hmm. And Kyle's YouTube channel, and he said that he was going to be doing a video for tonight after. Oh yeah, of course, Matt Bridger. Yes, Catherine. So I'm curious, Catherine, if you don't mind. This is how we keep going and going. About how you how you've come about knowing Matt. I mean, we just started watching his videos because we were planning a trip to Las Vegas a while back, and of course, I think anybody that plans any kind of like a Las Vegas thing ends up finding his videos. But I'm curious to know how you and ended up coming across Matt's stuff. And we haven't watched. Yeah, I've already put that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
We haven't actually watched his.
We watched it. I think
we watched like couple, 2 or 3, but not the whole thing, not the whole trip, because so. he was in. Well, he went with Suzanne. Is it Suzanne? His partner.
Yeah, Suzanne.
Yeah. To the Caribbean, I think, first, and then he made his way to Vegas, and I think he was in Vegas for 2.5 weeks or something like that. Yeah, so we watched only probably like 2 or 3 of those videos.
Yeah, because he hooked up with. We worked to visit Vegas. That couple. And then I think that might have been the last one we saw.
I don't even remember that, to be honest. I think that's an older one.
No, because this most recent trip he did meet up with them, I believe.
So Catherine was saying, when I was first diagnosed, I was given 7 days before surgery to go anywhere before my first brain surgery. He was incredible helping me plan it. Oh, that's so great. That's so
Yeah, he
great.
seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to talk to him when I was trying to get like a podcast going, and unfortunately, I didn't get an opportunity to get those episodes together to put up. But he was very generous with his time and was very candid and just lovely. He's a lovely guy, and I'm so glad that you had an opportunity to have him help you with the trip. I'm curious, like maybe another time, but I'm curious to know what you ended up doing in Vegas and what he would have. I mean, I kind of maybe get a sense of like what he might have suggested for you, but I would love to get into that sometime, and maybe we can talk about Vegas at some point. So that might be a lot of fun. Anyway, I think that we've we've done our
4
bit here.
hours and 30 minutes.
So
It's been great, though.
It's been great. Thank you so much, and really looking forward to a future time where we can all chat again. And again, maybe Vegas will be one of the topics that we talk about. I think that'll be that'll be fun, and it's so interesting how life intersects in different ways. And at some point, Catherine, I would really love to know what that experience was like for you. So Catherine was saying, we went to Vegas because I wanted to go to Europe. I couldn't go there, so I went to Vegas. He sends me messages and videos with the dogs when I'm having a hard time.
Ah, that's nice.
He's great. He's great. That's wonderful. Okay. Great. Vegas is a great topic. So yeah, so maybe we could talk about that sometimes, because we've had our experiences in Vegas too. Joe was talking earlier about the Kiss mini golf and stuff like that. We've done in Vegas. Yeah, but again, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out, and we really appreciate it. And thank you for your time and your friendship. It's been so wonderful. I hope everyone has a good rest of the evening, and hopefully in the future we can hang out again, and we'll definitely talk about Vegas and other stuff too. So good night, everybody.
Bye.
Thank
Good night.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.